The fragments of the ice were all over the sky because of the spiritual force. A silhouette marched toward Luo Feng. Among the bits, Luo Feng stood above ice. Hell, and saw the shadow. You dare to show up, human? The vigorous and forceful voice pierced through the void, while a mighty, godly power spread everywhere. The fragments turned into nothing instantly, and the entire area became clear and bright. Luo Feng could finally see the powerful creature clearly. He had a lion-shaped lower body with 4 hoofs, whereas he possessed a human upper body with 4 muscular arms. His body was dark blue, as if it were made of metal. Luo Feng identified this creature, Lightning Racing Emperor, ranked 12 and proficient in Law of Time. It's him, Luo Feng said. He was dazed, although he is only ranked slightly lower than Bone Emperor. There's almost no gap between the top 10 limit emperors. Besides, this one is proficient in Law of Time, while my edge is teleportation. Things won't end well for me if he stops the time. However, the anxiety could also heighten his aggressiveness. Why wouldn't I have the guts to show up? Luo Feng's voice resounded across the entire ice sea. You think I'm scared of you? Even Bone Emperor couldn't defeat me, not to mention you. Human, don't you know that 2 of the 5 invincible emperors are looking for you? Lightning Racing Emperor roared. Luo Feng suddenly had goosebumps. 5 invincible emperors. They were the strongest in Ice Hell, and 3 of them were special creatures. Luo Feng couldn't underestimate them. Both Silver Eye and Blood Dog looked for you before, Lightning Racing Emperor continued. Both are special creatures, Luo Feng muttered. Then he shouted aloud, so what does that mean? I should hide forever? He grimaced. Yes, said Lightning Racing Emperor, there's no point for them to look for you because I will kill you today. Lightning Racing Emperor's voice struck like thunder. He had told Luo Feng that both Silver Eye and Blood Dog were looking for him just to make him anxious. Die, human. Combat began instantly. More than 30 barbarian creatures were watching it from all around. The human is fighting Lightning Racing Emperor. The human might be defeated. The human is speedy. The combat between them went wild. Thunder God roaming Lightning Racing Emperor growled, bearing down on Luo Feng like an immortal ox. He roamed the void, which cracked under his force, and the electric snake fluttered. What irritated Luo Feng the most was how variable the speed of Lightning Racing Emperor was. Before Luo Feng was well prepared, Lightning Racing Emperor arrived right in front of him. Ta 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 ta. Lightning Racing Emperor's hoof stepped toward Luo Feng, and the fluttering electric snake could turn a planet into dust. Pung. He stepped right on Luo Feng's back, while his Sha Wu wing shielded him from hundreds of constant attacks. Lu Feng crashed into Ice Sea and caused tremendous waves. All of a sudden, a silver lining flew out. It was Lu Feng, unharmed. Take this, Lightning Racing Emperor. Luo Feng threw 8 black balls out of the wave and secretly started to exercise the spiritual attack, Soul Blade. Lightning Racing Emperor started to roam with the void again. 4 ancient chains appeared around his arms, and each of his hands held 1 chain. The electric snakes were rotating around the chains, and just when he was about to fight against Luo Feng's spiritual force weapon, Soul Blade hit him. Lightning Racing Emperor felt pain. Human Lightning Racing Emperor roared while flinging the 4-chain space and time were changing rapidly under the effect of the 4 chains. Scar of thunder. One of the chains of Lightning Racing Emperor burst out like a hunting snake. and pierced the sky with a light. The chain rushed to the barely formed phantom of beast god, whose tail slashed the chain. Pung. 8 black balls hit the chain, but bounced back. Human, what else can you do, except run? Lightning Racing Emperor laughed recklessly, and flew toward Luo Feng. He was holding the 4 chains, each of which was terrifying, and turned the realm into the territory of the lightning chains. Luo Feng took back the 8 stars, and looked at Lightning Racing Emperor. He thought to himself, I couldn't exercise a splash of whip shadow as well as Lightning Racing Emperor, Bone Emperor, and Hey Tea Emperor. Who? He opened his wings, and tried to get away from Lightning Racing Emperor. Don't you dare run, he roared. That was when he realized what the fastest in ice hell truly meant. Luo Feng didn't even glance at him. Instead, he stared at his left palm. Now it's time to see how good my spiritual force weapon works after 100 years of practice. A shred of expectation flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Instantly, engravings appeared on the star map on his hand. 16 stars were needed to carry such complex engravings. 8 of the stars had purple halos around them, while the other 8 didn't. Go show him the power of Lightning Racing Star. 16 stars flew up, connected by tens of thousands of threads, which set off the universe origin law. A huge beast god that was over 1,000 meters long appeared above ice. The beast god looked unstable, as if it could crumble at any moment. However, each scale on the tail of the beast god was as distinct as possible. The scales laminated each other and formed the tail, which emanated an almighty force. Other parts of the tail were like air. Lightning Racing Emperor guffawed while staring at the tail. This phantom is inferior to the previous one. I can destroy it with one blow, he reckoned. That the tail would be a threat. Go. The 4 chains charged the beast god like 4 bolts of lightning. Hell. The tail covered with scales moved when the 4 chains raced toward him. Hong. The move was terrifically swift, and the tail slashed one of the chains. The other 3 chains tried to attack the beast god, but they were all twisted and fell back. Good, Luo Feng smiled. It can actually ward off Lightning Racing Emperor's attack as expected. Star map will not let me down if I study the law of spiritual force weapon thoroughly. All the barbarian creatures watching the battle were shocked to their very core. They had lived in ice hell for such a long time that 100 years was merely a blink of an eye to them. They couldn't imagine that the human who could only flee when battling Bone Emperor could defeat Lightning Racing Emperor in hand-to-hand combat. He is the equal of the top 10 limit emperors. How could he improve so quickly? This is incredible. To Luo Feng, this was all totally conceivable. Each of the stars in the star map was invaluable, and 16 stars, perfectly connected, made each other them much more powerful. Under Luo Feng's secret move, that SY star map was invaluable, because if it were not for the panorama, owning even 1 billion stars would be pointless. Creating my own secret move is the only way to utilize the treasure, Luo Feng said, feeling joyful inside. However, according to the description on the ranking, the chains of Bone Emperor can merge into one, and that's when its power reaches its peak, and he hasn't exercised time. I should be more careful. One of the servants of Silver Eye flew slowly above eastern ice hell. He wore black armor and was looking for the human. I'm actually giving myself a day off in the name of searching for the human, the servant said, looking relaxed. It's so difficult to find the human, and Nobody will attack me because they all know I'm the servant of Silver Eye. It's such a relief. The black-armored servant looked in the direction of icy energy. Wave, I'll go and take a look. The servant teleported himself. So. He arrived tens of millions of kilometers away from the battlefield and saw two shadows. The bigger one was the phantom of Beast God, and the smaller one was of Lightning Racing Emperor. Lightning Racing Emperor is fighting a beast, said the servant. Wait, where did the beast come from? The servant opened his eyes wider and saw the figure of a human. It's the human S here, that S right, the phantom comes from his spiritual force weapon attack. The information on him confirms this. The servant was ecstatic. I found the human. This is a huge contribution, master. Will be overjoyed. I'll go tell my master now. The servant teleported himself and vanished into the sky of Eastern Ice Hell. He teleported himself to the entry of Silver Eye's palace. Lightning Racing Emperor pulled his chains back in shock. Defeat. Lightning Racing Emperor couldn't he believe it. He thought this was the human who ran from Bone Emperor. His chain was a treasure he had obtained after countless battles in Ice Hell, and it was mighty. It could be divided into several chains, and the separate ones could be combined into one. Combine the chains around the arms of Lightning Racing Emperor instantly touched and shrank, becoming one ordinary, rusty chain. Hell. The phantom of Beast God charged him roaring, and the tail, that was longer than the original body, made the Beast God anxious. Whip of thunder. Lightning Racing Emperor waved the chain in his hand, growling. The chain gradually pierced space, and the speed of time in different areas was changing, created by the exterminating power formed by the disorderly time attached to the chain. The seemingly slow chain actually moved faster than the phantom. The void was cracking. The tail quickly slashed the phantom like lightning and forcefully hit the chain. One was the exterminating power of thunder and time, and the chain was more fit for thunder and space. The other was the might power of gold and space. Each of the 16 stars was worth as much as the chain, and the 16 stars were combined into one after merging into the map. Hong. The chain was hit away, while the tail was quick as lightning, sweeping through. Lightning Racing Emperor, the Emperor, could not outpace the phantom, and his godly body was cracked by the tail. The 16 stars were dimming around the tail, and his godly body eroded when it touched those stars. Damn, the body of Lightning Racing Emperor gathered, and he pulled back the chain, glaring at Luo Feng. I'll never forget this. Human Lightning Racing Emperor turned into a beam of light and wanted to flee. I won't let you flee that easy. Luo Feng couldn't keep up with him from such distance. However, he exercised his spiritual force, and the Beast God surpassed Lightning Racing Emperor and blocked him. The terrific tail slashed toward Lightning Racing Emperor. Goddamn human, you made me do it, Lightning Racing Emperor roared, and the power became hundreds of times stronger. It crushed the Beast God, and the 16 stars were blasted away. The creatures watching the battle stealthily were dazed. Lightning Racing Emperor is burning his body. Lightning Racing Emperor is forced to burn his own body. Luo Feng, who could barely flee from Bone Emperor 100 years ago, left Lightning Racing Emperor no choice but to run away. This was outrageous. Interesting, now the human has to burn his godly body. Lightning Racing Emperor's power surged, and the human is only as powerful as, if not more powerful, than Lightning Racing God. He needs to burn his own body to match Lightning Racing Emperor. That human is as stupid as one can be. Just let the emperor run away if he wants to. He's forcing each other to engage in a deadly fight by stopping him. Luo Feng was shocked. Lightning Racing Emperor was burning his body, whereas he wasn't able to do the same. You can go now. Lightning Racing Emperor Luo Feng shook his wings and fled. Like a beam of tortuous light. At the same time, the 16 stars flew back to Luo Feng's palm. Goddamn human! Lightning Racing Emperor held the chain and smashed everything with his hoofs. The void kept cracking, charging Luo Feng incredibly quickly. Xiao xiao xiao. Tortuous loci appeared in the sky once Luo Feng reached his speed limit and began changing his directions instantly. He was extraordinarily fast. One could see that the distance between Lightning Racing Emperor and Luo Feng was getting larger. No matter how Lightning Racing Emperor burned his body, he still failed to catch up with Luo Feng in terms of explosivity. It's impossible. How is this possible? The first in ice hell, the first in ice hell. It was an eye-opener to all the creatures. It's too late for you to flee now. Lightning Racing Emperor was furious and kept chasing Luo Feng. He wanted to exercise the move time stop. However, Luo Feng was running farther and farther away, and he wasn't sure whether it would work or not. Time stop was almighty. However, there were severe limitations to it. For space, it couldn't be affected, no matter how fierce the combat was. As for time stop, it was different. Once time stop was imposed on a certain district, all the lives would be affected, except the soul and the conscious. Everything else would be fettered, and it would take a long time to break away, which gave the imposer adequate time to kill the opponent. Exercising time stop first and killing the opponent who was not able to move. How incredible was that? However, firstly, it would cause severe backslash from the opponent's bodies and weapons, and he must be able to narrow the time stop district. The smaller the district was, the stronger the effect would be imposed on the human. Secondly, he must impose it in the enemy's region. Nevertheless, Luo Feng was a spirit reader, and he was always releasing his spiritual force. Once Luo Feng detected Lightning Racing Emperor's godly power, he would be alerted, and Lightning Racing Emperor was not able to exercise time stop in time to make sure Luo Feng stayed in the ideal region. He was burning his godly body, and his power was surging as a result. Lightning Racing Emperor was able to impose time stop on the larger region. However, Luo Feng was sharp-witted enough to run as far away as possible. It was more difficult to impose time stop from such a long distance, especially under the great pressure in ice hell. Wicked human Lightning Racing Emperor was furious. He didn't intend to kill the human. Instead, he was only meant to force the human to burn his body, without expecting that he wouldn't even do that. Damn. Lightning Racing Emperor turned into a beam of light and vanished in northern ice hell, inside the palace on the peak of the iceberg. The one in the throne stood up. "Are you serious?" said Silver Eye. "I'm not lying, master," said his servant. "The human is fighting Lightning Racing Emperor right now. We need to go immediately. The fight will be over if we arrive late." The servant was urging Silver Eye to hurry. He didn't even want to waste another second in talking, because he knew how fast the battle could be. Silver Eye grabbed the servant. "Lead me there." "Yes, master." The servant teleported them to the battlefield. Above ice sea, all the powerful creatures had already gone back to their homes. The battle left them with nothing but shock. He was able to defeat Lightning Racing Emperor and forced him to burn his body, said one onlooker. The most unbelievable thing was that he ran away successfully without even burning his own body. Lightning racing emperor must be deranged. The 10 top limit emperors, each of them being equally powerful, had never run into any defeats this time. It was a major defeat for this emperor. The human is so fast. Lightning racing emperor can't reach him even by burning his body. While the creatures were returning to their homes, they felt a dreadful energy wave, which made them look up to the ice. A snow-white figure was floating in the sky, sending out a power that overwhelmed those creatures. Silver Eye. It's Silver Eye. Master of Northern Ice Hell. Silver Eye. Those powerful creatures who had lived in ice hell for an infinite amount of time had forgotten a lot about the world outside. The only thing they knew was the 5 invincible emperors. Silver Eye being one of most ghastly according to a rumor. Any creature except the other 4 invincible emperors would meet certain death if they saw his Silver Eye. Fortunately, Silver Eye knew that he couldn't gather enough tags, even if he killed all those weaker than him, because most of the tags were distributed among the 5 invincible emperors. Besides, he didn't want ice hell to be boring. That's why he ignored the weak. Luo Feng was sighing. The distinction between the powerful ones inside and outside ice hell is manifested in lightning racing emperor. Powerful creatures like him must own several treasures, at least one of them being a shield. His body would be broken by my stars that easily if he had a shielding treasure. However, there are significantly fewer treasures in ice hell, and they were all brought by the powerful ones. Luo Feng was prepared to fly away, thinking to himself. However, a mighty force spread. Luo Feng looked up. A 30-meter tall god, dressed in white armor, was standing in the void. Afar there was a giant scar on his forehead, but his eyes were missing. His utter desolateness was emanating, and Luo Feng could feel gloominess from him merely standing there. Wang. Space froze. Silver Eye. Luo Feng said, terrified. One of the 5 invincible emperors. Silver Eye. Special life. Silver Eye. He had already known how petrifying Silver Eye was. However, the moment Luo Feng actually saw him out of nowhere, a great sense of danger rose. Silver Eye stood afar and said in a tranquil voice, human, give me the anonymous account to the virtual universe or die. His black-armored servant was standing behind him in awe. White-armored Silver Eye stood in the sky, waiting for Luo Feng's answer. Luo Feng felt like he was in danger, but he looked up at Silver Eye keenly, and said, I don't have an anonymous account. Will you let me go? I'll kill you, and check your world ring. Silver Eye overlooked Luo Feng and said nonchalantly, you don't trust me. Luo Feng said, I don't trust anyone but my servants in ice hell. Silver Eye said slowly. The black-armored servant glared at Luo Feng and yelled, hand over the anonymous sensor now. Human or master will kill you. Don't tell us you don't have the sensor. We don't believe you. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, I have the sensor. Silver Eye looked more aggressive. But I don't want to give it to you. Luo Feng smirked and showed his teeth. You want to die? The servant roared. It seems you're craving for death, Silver Eye said in a deep voice. I'll die just because you said so. Luo Feng glared at Silver Eye, and he could feel his blood boiling. He was filled with belligerence. He wasn't a chicken when he had faced the golden-horned beast before, and he dared to steal the black metal, knowing that both the Green Knight and the Purple Knight were there. Right now, he had 3 invaluable treasures, together with armor and general soul auxiliary. What was more, the beast god had reached level 20, and he had created his own secret technique. How was it possible that he would run away without a fight just because Silvereye was only an invincible emperor? How was it possible that he would hand over the anonymous censor just because he was asked to do so? Silvereye was being delusional. Fight, fight, fight. Luo Feng kept glaring at Silvereye and smirked. Silvereye, I came to ice hell to fight each of the powerful creatures. Now that the top 10 peak emperors are no longer a threat, you 5 invincible ones are my major target. I'll fight all 5 of you, and you're the first one. You're not afraid of death. Silvereye's eyes were closed the whole time he acted as if each inch of his skin were examining the surroundings. You can't kill me, Luo Feng yelled. Luo Feng wasn't anxious at all. Instead, he was excited and proud. He remembered how he became an apprentice to True Yan Emperor when he first stepped into Chaos City after 10,000 years. He was now fighting Silvereye, who was True Yan Emperor's equal. This was the first time he would fight someone so powerful. Come show me how powerful the legendary invincible emperor is, Luo Feng was shouting inside. Show me how strong this so-called special creature is, he said. Luo Feng's mental faculties were strengthening and concentrating. Only this sort of fight could harden him. As you wish, Silvereye said mildly. He waved his transparent palm while his slave was looking at Luo Feng with pity. His hands looked like diamonds, and the moment he waved his hands, Luo Feng felt the shape change in the area. Shua. Luo Feng shook his wings and tried to escape while summoning the 16 black balls. Tens of thousands of threads started to connect the balls and formed the phantom of the beast god. There's no way you can escape. Silvereye's voice was still echoing. An enormous palm was formed. The ice crystal palm turned around and tried to slap Luo Feng. What is this attack of space law? Luo Feng manipulated the phantom to strike the palm while dodging it with Sha Wu Wing. The scene dazed Luo Feng. He recalled the ancient panorama he had seen in Blood River World, and one of them depicted how the palm was cracked by the tail of the beast god. Apparently, the two on the panorama were much more powerful than Luo Feng and Silvereye, as one of them was the real beast god, and the other was the great creature that defeated the beast god. However, there were lots of similarities between the two fights. The phantom fiercely brandished its scale-covered tail to defend against the diamond palm. Hong. The tail whipped the diamond palm like a thunder. Both of them were more than 1,000 meters long, and the clash caused a blast. The phantom and the palm trembled at the same time. The phantom broke apart, and the 16 black balls swiftly flew toward Luo Feng. As for the palm, it cracked like ice. Silvereye, proficient at time law and having learned law of space, Luo Feng marveled. He is much better at the time law than law of space, but he can still wield such power utilizing the law of space. Incredible. Luo Feng could feel how forceful Silvereye was. His body constitution was tens of millions of times more powerful than that of sector lords, and his move was exquisite. A simple strike could suppress the most powerful attack from Luo Feng's treasure, which stemmed from his intense training. Huh. Silvereye exhaled. Good of you to take the first strike. Now I see why you're so arrogant. Not arrogant but confident, said Luo Feng. Stop bragging and show me your best move. Silvereye. Luo Feng opened his wings and stood afar. Okay. Silvereye faced Luo Feng. He felt like he was being stared at by countless eyes, even though Silvereye still hadn't opened his eyes. Gee. A crystal finger showed up right in front of Luo Feng out of nowhere. The whole space had been solidified thus, Luo Feng couldn't teleport himself. Obviously, Silver Eye excelled in the flow of time. Just when Luo Feng was trying to close his wings, an invisible wave spread across the entire area. Luo Feng couldn't move a muscle. It was time stop. It's time stop, said Luo Feng. I was hit. Pathetic, Silver Eye sighed and tried to pierce Luo Feng with the diamond finger. Break, break, break. Luo Feng's mental faculties went wild and emboldened his entire body. Sha Wu, Wing, the star map, and Tower Pearl were all trembling under Luo Feng's spiritual force, which was stronger than most of the universe knights. The treasures broke loose from the constraint. Break, Luo Feng roared in his mind. Sha Wu Wing warded off the finger. Luo Feng bounced off like a meteor under the terrific shockwave. Luo Feng was relieved. Lucky that I can break away from time stop. Silver Eye is cunning. The giant palm and crystal finger were both formed by the godly power from afar, which made me less careful about the force around me. That's how the move worked. Thoughts flooded Luo Feng's mind. Of course, the main reason time stop worked on me was his power. Although his force was permeating, his main force still remained around his finger, which was far away from me. He was actually able to exercise time stop, and it went into effect, which means he is much stronger than Lightning Racing Emperor. I've never met any stronger barbarian creature in practice. Just as Luo Feng was shocked, Silver Eye and his slave were equally amazed. He dodged it. The servant couldn't believe it. I can't even remember how many powerful creatures have died because of Master's Death God's point, yet he managed to dodge it. He's even able to break from Master's time stop. How is this possible? In the distance, all the creatures watching in various places were shocked too. Their very cores, they weren't all that surprised when Luo Feng withstood the slap. After all, he was powerful enough to suppress Lightning Racing Emperor. However, when Luo Feng held out against his point, Death God's point, the Death God's point of Silver Eye. Though Silver Eye knew of law of space, he is actually proficient in time law. His Death God's point is a move mixed with both time attack and soul attack. It starts with time stop, and the finger contains a soul-eroding attack that corrodes the enemy's soul in secret, after which the enemy won't be able to fight back. The human is powerful enough to resist Death God's point. The two moves Silver Eye uses to roam ice hell, one of them being Death God's point, the other being Silver Stare, pose a threat even to the other four invincible emperors. Maybe we can see that move today. Pathetic human. If Silver Eye opens his eyes, the human will be doomed. Silver Eye was also amazed that ordinary point was one of his secret techniques. He had aced the move time stop, and that soul-eroding move was insidious. However, the human was capable of breaking loose of time stop in such a short time, and that crystal finger was not having an effect on the human, even though it touched him and began eroding his soul. Luo Feng floated in the sky with his wings open. Cunning move, indeed. Unfortunately, it's of no use. Silver Eye, show me your other moves. Although attacking skills were his shortcoming, he had extraordinary defending abilities. He had robust body defense power, and his soul defense was even stronger. Luo Feng thought, although I was not able to charge him as he does, I can protect myself with no problem. Human, you're indeed strong, Silver Eye said slowly. I'll leave if you can Survived this. All the other creatures hit by this move have died except the other 4 invincible emperors. This is Silver Stare. Hua. The crack on his forehead slowly opened, changing the speed of time and trembling space. His mighty body affected the flow of time around him, and the energy wave he created trembled space. When he exercised his top move, his silvery white eyes had no pupils. He was staring at Luo Feng. Poo poo poo. The space continued to crack, because of the eye's godly power, an eye appeared on Silver Eye's transparent body inch by inch, and his entire body, not inside. The armor was covered with eyes. The most powerful of all the eyes was the one on his face, with a silvery halo around it. Hong. The invisible, godly power rammed into Luo Feng's body the second the eye was opened. No wonder I felt I was being stared at by Silver Eye. What kind of special creature is he? This thought struck Luo Feng the second he saw the silvery eye, and the power hit his body after piercing through Sha Wu Wing and his general armor. Silver Eye's gaze was still terrifically powerful. The beast god roared, but it couldn't stand against this attack in the slightest. Hong. It pierced through Luo Feng's soul. Luo Feng suddenly fell into a state of illusion. Does he want to deceive me with this illusion? How ridiculous break. Luo Feng had an incredibly strong will, which helped him break out of the illusion without even trying. The scene around him vanished, and he entered nature. An illusion again break. Still an illusion break. Luo Feng was strong-minded and broke through one illusion after another. However, the illusion formed as fast as he could escape it, and it just kept forming. Luo Feng felt like he had fallen into an infinite loop of illusions, as if he had spent millions of years inside. This is not just any illusion. I've never heard of any illusion like this, and that move was so unusual. I reckon it's his top secret technique. Luo Feng had fallen into the illusion for a significant amount of time, but he still remained tranquil. His will was sharpened, and it was firm. His top secret technique is supposed to be intricate. It's impossible for creatures to train themselves to be able to exercise moves like split and strengthen of the golden horned beast. His top secret technique is something I've never seen before. Although Luo Feng was trapped in the infinite illusions, he was not in a rush, as he knew only a second had passed outside the illusion. By connecting to the golden horned beast body, of course, he wouldn't have been able to do that. Without his firm will, he would have been confused otherwise. After exercising the move, all the eyes on Silver Eye's diamond skin disappeared, and the crack on his forehead closed. This was the secret technique, and there were only 2 ways to break out of it. The first required mighty, godly power or soul-protecting treasure. In Luo Feng's case, he could certainly use Tower Pearl to break it. The second required one to break all the illusions one by one without falling. That made for an extremely long time within the illusion, whereas in reality, it was only a blink of an eye. Infinite loop, said Silver Eye. If he indulges himself, his will is going to crumble, and his soul will collapse. One has to go through desolateness to break each of these illusions, and can't give himself a break. Hundreds of thousands of years is enough to bend even the strongest will. Silver Eye was pretty proud of his move. This was, indeed, an extraordinary move. It was much more terrifying than being detained in Ice Hell, because in Ice Hell, one could still hide in his comfort zone, whereas one couldn't rest at all in the illusion. Actually, this move resembled the move Inheritance of Life and Death that Luo Feng had endured before. which was more difficult, as he couldn't even think during such an impasse. Just when Silver Eye closed his eyes, Luo Feng opened his. The eyes were dimming on Silver Eye's skin. How is this possible? The servant screamed, this is impossible. Nobody other than the other 4 invincible emperors survived this, and the other 2 burned their godly bodies to withstand it. How did you hold out against it as a human? How long did you spend in the infinite loop? Silver Eye asked. The infinite loop of illusions, Luo Feng answered. 10,000 eras. 10,000 eras. You survived 10,000 eras of loneliness and struggles, Silver. I was a bit amazed. I must say that I'm impressed. Not that much of a struggle, though, said Luo Feng, smiling. When Luo Feng had been under inheritance of life and death, he had suffered much more terribly for 6,000 years, and he had walked between life and death countless times. In fact, Luo Feng chose to survive this without Tower Pearl for a reason, which was to sharpen his will after an infinite amount of time. In the illusion, he didn't feel lost at all. In contrast, he was sober. Those old creatures were as ancient as the universe, and living that long granted each of them an unbending will. Luo Feng wouldn't give up an opportunity like this. I'm indeed impressed, Silver Eye nodded. Now that you've survived 3 of my moves, I promise that I won't kill you. I took 3 of your moves, Luo Feng grinned. Now, it's your time to take my move. Pung. One of the world rings carried by Luo Feng suddenly cracked, and an aggressive vibe emanated from it. An ancient, purple clock floated beside Luo Feng, and Jihang Emperor inside was already burning his godly body. The forceful energy was injected into the purple clock. Dang! The visible wave charged Silver Eye at the speed of light. At the same time, Luo Feng threw out 8 stars, covered with Fei Mo venom. The demon sound was so fast that Silver Eye couldn't manage to dodge it. Pung! His body cracked, then instantly started to heal. However, 8 traces of light pierced through the body and started to corrode it, after which it flew back to Luo Feng. Let us go. Luo Feng grabbed Jihang Emperor II after he threw out the 8 black balls, shook his wings, and escaped as fast as possible. The 8 black balls flew towards Luo Feng quickly and went back to Luo Feng's palms in a moment. Master, he just played you, the black armored servant said furiously. We can't let him go. Silver Eye's godly body healed completely while Luo Feng fled. He smiled. I said that I wouldn't hunt him again if he could survive my move, said Silver Eye. Besides, how am I supposed to chase him? He has run far, and I can't stop him by pausing time. The servant was dazed. That's right, the human was the fastest in ice hell. Even the 5 invincible emperors couldn't match him. Then we're supposed to let it go? The servant found this hard to believe, as he had never seen his master taken advantage of. I attacked him 3 times, whereas he attacked me once, replied Silver Eye. I wasn't taken advantage of, however. That was a fierce move. Silver Eye could feel the injury in his body, but he didn't care about it. It was only a slight piece. Suddenly, Silver Eye heard a voice. You want the anonymous account to the virtual universe, Silver Eye? Luo Feng's voice echoed. I'll give you a chance to get it, and my condition is pretty simple. I'll trade 1 sensor for 1 treasure, and I'll send my servant to do the deal 3 days later. Whether we have a deal or not is up to you. Silver Eye was dazed, and he looked at the human who had teleported himself and escaped the space-clouded zone. Sneaky human, greedy human, Silver Eye couldn't help saying. Although he did have a strong desire for the censer, he needed to contemplate whether it was worth a treasure or not. Treasures were scarce in Ice Hell, and he owned the treasures because the undying captured before had not been ordinary. Let us go. Silver Eye reversed the space clot and left with his servant. Both Luo Feng and Silver Eye took off. The powerful creatures who had witnessed the battle were awed, as the human had survived the move. Silver, look, that was something that couldn't be accomplished even by the top 10 limit emperors, who would resort to burning bodies to flee if they ran into the 5 invincible emperors. This is just incredible. The human will soon be ranked 6th after this battle, the strongest one under the 5. All the creatures couldn't help sharing and discussing this with their friends, since it was a major incident in the tedious Ice Hell. Luo Feng and Ji Hong Emperor teleported them back to the cave deep in the snow. No wonder he's an invincible emperor, said Ji Hong Emperor. The purple clock could only crack his body instead of smashing him, and I strengthened its power by burning my body. Ji Hong Emperor couldn't help sighing. That was horrendous. His body constitution is more than 100 times stronger than yours, so even if you burn your body, you can only reach his level, said Luo Feng. He shook his head. I grabbed the chance to erode him using the stars covered with Famo venom, which was only a mosquito bite to him. I couldn't even feel that he was weakened, but that makes sense, given how powerful and enormous his body is. He is way taller than a human and wields vigorous godly power. I reckon he won't die even if he has 1 kilogram of Famo venom. 1 kilogram of Famo venom could possibly kill a human invincible emperor. However, Silver Eye was a special creature, which was not easily corroded. I don't know whether he will say yes to my offer or not, thought Luo Feng. It will be more than lucky for me if I can get a treasure with a cheap account. That deal might actually happen. The desire the powerful creatures had to connect to the outside world was understandable. I'll know in 3 days. Luo Feng stopped guessing and started to reflect on the battle. The treasure is indeed powerful. I created the most suitable secret technique to make the best use of it, and it gave me the power to defeat Lightning Racing Emperor, mused Luo Feng. It's such a pity. If he were not here, he would had at least 1 treasure to defend himself. There weren't enough treasures in Ice Hell. The 12,000 creatures detained in Ice Hell did carry some treasures, however. After an extensive amount of time, almost all the treasures had been claimed by the top emperors. Even so, the treasures these top emperors owned were significantly fewer than those owned by the emperors outside. For instance, Seven-Blade Emperor had a set of 7-blade weapons, together with treasures of defense and escape. In addition to the golden pawns, he had a tremendous number of treasures. It was possible that Lightning Racing Emperor and Bone Emperor were as strong as Seven-Blade Emperor and Haiti Emperor. However, if they were engaged in a real fight, talents like Seven-Blade Emperor and Falling Emperor, who were specially trained by their clans, could have crushed the detainees in Ice Hell. Treasures aren't less important than powers, Luo Feng postulated. It's the same for the masters of the universe. Teachers Washan Ku has already provided me with enough treasures, and I need to strengthen my power. 3 days later, on the peak of the iceberg in northern Ice Hell, Ji Hong Emperor stood at the foot of the mountain, addressing the metal person with respect. Master, said Ji Hong Emperor. Stay here, ordered the metal person. Run if something goes wrong. Yes, master, Jihong Emperor answered. After giving the order, the metal person started to hike leisurely the metal. Person was Luo Feng, who was using the method of the demon race. The powerful creatures of the demon race would use their body to handle things like these, while hiding their real bodies in the world ring, as those powerful creatures of the demon race had enormous bodies. It would have been inappropriate to use their real bodies when adventuring the universe in spaceships. Luo Feng gave a bit of his consciousness in that body so that nothing would happen his physical self, even if that body was destroyed. It's been a long time since I last hiked, thought Luo Feng. It's tiring to hike under the pressure of ice hell. Luo Feng hiked slowly. Suddenly, the shadow of the black armored servant appeared. You come, the metal person said in Luo Feng's voice. Luo Feng had adjusted the pronunciation of the body. It's you, the servant was furious. I can't believe that you come here yourself. I thought you would send your servant here. Wouldn't it be better to come here myself? Luo Feng said. Let us go. Luo Feng vanished with his body. They were inside the spectacular palace when they appeared again. Luo Feng looked up and saw the god, Silver Eye, through the body's optical system. Luo Feng felt had equaled the first time he'd seen him, but now the scene was blurry, as the body was being inhibited. Silver Eye, take back your force, Luo Feng shouted. My body can't take this. There will be no deal if the body is crushed. Human called Silver Eye. Luo Feng withdrew his force. He could easily blow up an entire star with a breath. He was trying not to affect the fragile body. I reckon you're going to take the deal, Luo Feng said. You're not afraid that I'll snatch the sensor? Silver Eye said. Snatch it, said Luo Feng. Have you never known what technology is, or have you just forgotten how the outer world works? This anonymous account is permanent, and it's strictly monitored. I only brought a few accounts here, but I can apply for many more. I can take away your access authority even if you're offered one now. What if you take away my access authority after I make the deal with you? Silver Eye asked. Relax, I won't do something so clearly disadvantageous, Luo Feng said. You have to have faith in my reputation and know that I'm somebody in the human race. I won't damage my reputation merely for a sensor. Good to hear, Silver Eye replied. However, it's completely unfair to trade a treasure for a single sensor. I want 3 of them. I only have 2 in total and need to do business in the future, Luo Feng answered. I'll only give you 1, and that's the final offer. Why do you need 3? You're the only one who needs it. Anyway, you can lend it to your friends if they need it. Luo Feng had been born solemn. He wasn't good at negotiations as the human, and he wouldn't bargain if he didn't value the treasure and the sensor equally. 2, Silver Eye said. 1, and that's the final offer, Luo Feng said. There's no use for you to have 2 either. Maybe you want to resell one of them. I'll tell you now that I can totally take away the access authority of one of the sensors, as you're the one I'm making the deal with, and you're the only one who can get the access authority. Okay, 1 sensor it is. Silver Eye gave in. Indeed, he was weak at negotiating. Greedy, said Luo Feng. Cunning, Silver Eye couldn't help saying from his throne. Cunning, agreed Luo Feng. This goddamn human is cunning as one can be, the servant swore to one another in a low voice. That was a treasure, which was difficult to obtain. Although the top 10 limit emperors had some of them, they were shrewd enough to avoid the 5 invincible emperors at all costs. Hence, it would be tricky to catch them. This is the sensor Luo Feng through the arm protecting quantum computer, too. Silver Eye, and it fell once it left Luo Feng's hand. Silver Eye caught the quantum computer in shock. Be careful, he complained. It's too repressive, here, Luo Feng said with a smirk. Besides, my body is too weak. Now that you have the sensor, where is the treasure? I shall try it first. Silver Eye started to test it and connected to the quantum computer, which led him into the virtual universe. Luo Feng said, I've created 80,000 virtual mock accounts for you, in case you don't know how to use it. Besides, the scanning function has been turned off, and don't you try to turn it on. If you do, your real figure will be shown. In the virtual universe, a human dummy will be shown. Otherwise you can totally change the size of the body and turn into human shape before turning on the scanning function. Silver Eye smiled. Interesting. These virtual games you humans are playing are quite interesting. Silver Eye looked down at Luo Feng and grimaced. The fear wears off the second I step into the virtual universe. Luo Feng burst into laughter. This is the treasure. Silver Eye threw out a treasure. It was a 3-meter long viridescent axe. You're just greedy, Luo Feng repeated the point. Glad to trade with you. He smiled. You should be happy, Silver Eye, as I'm going to seclude and cultivate myself. You should know that it's almost impossible to find me, and when I come out next time, which may happen hundreds of years from now, the other 4 invincible emperors will need to satisfy me if they want a deal with me. Go and stop being smug here, Silver Eye said. Escort Luo Feng out. Yes, master. The black armored servant teleported Luo Feng. Silver Eye looked afar and smiled. He had obtained 2 treasures in total in Ice Hell, but he had only used one without touching the other. Besides, the treasure he actually valued wasn't ideal, because he could wield much more vigorous power by his own move. The virtual universe and virtual games, said Silver Eye. There are so many lives here, and it is filled with hustle and bustle. Wow, more than 1 trillion creatures playing one game. Silver Eye spared a slice of his consciousness and played the game he needed to relax after being desolate for so long. This anonymous account was, indeed, more valuable than a treasure to Silver Eye. Inside the cave in Eastern Ice Hell, Luo Feng held the viridescent axe. It was thin and looked like a jade. I didn't even know whether it would work when the idea hit me, he said. But now, I actually have 1 treasure, which is more than valuable. I only got an ice net when I slaughtered all the creatures in Star Tower, and all the other fortunes I got combined were as valuable as 1 treasure. Luo Feng could feel its power merely by looking at it. He laughed, put it away, and connected to the virtual universe. Inside the practice field exclusive to Luo Feng said, between the stars, there's still room for me to improve. I only came up with the first move for both Moon Policy and 1000 Star Sermon Map. As for Ranshin 7, on one hand, it would be much more difficult to create the second move. On the other, he was at a higher level. Let us begin. Luo Feng started to create the secret technique. However, just when he decided to fight an opponent, the Castellan of Chaos City appeared in golden robe. Teacher, Luo Feng greeted him with respect. Luo Feng was confused. Castellan teacher had asked him to come to see him after 10 battles, but here he was after only 2, and the Castellan was patient enough to wait for him to finish. You're going to create the second move? The Castellan asked, looking at Luo Feng. Yes, Luo Feng said with respect. I don't think the first move of Moon policy or 10,000-star sermon map is enough, which is why I need to create the second one. You're studying both of them, the Castellan continued. Yes, Luo Feng, didn't he hesitate a bit? The Castellan frowned and said in a throaty voice, did you engage in any fighting? 2, Luo Feng answered, I barely won the first one, but lost the second. 1. What is your takeaway from that? The Castellan asked. I realized that both strengths and treasures are important, Luo Feng said. For one thing, treasures can't be fully utilized if the owner is not powerful enough, plus, one will be put at a disadvantage in a battle against enemies at the same level if he doesn't have treasures. For me, I have adequate treasures, whereas I need to increase my power. Both Luo Feng and the Castellan stood among the stars in the practice field and engaged in questions and answers. Didn't these battles make you realize that you're wasting your time trying to follow the spirit reader path? The Castellan scolded Luo Feng in a raucous voice. The voice directly hit Luo Feng's mind, yet Luo Feng remained extraordinarily firm. Waste of time. Luo Feng shook his head. No, I feel like I'm strengthened, and that it's the right path for me. Luo Feng thought the Castellan was kidding because he owned the star map, which was designed for spirit reader to attack. He wouldn't be able to defeat limit emperors with his own power and moves, whereas he could outpower lightning racing emperor with the star map. The Castellan shook his head. Give up on the spirit reader path and focus on the warrior path. The Castellan sighed. Luo Feng was dazed and stared at the Castellan who had been guiding him all along. Why, he asked. I have an unrelenting will, and I inherited from Demon Sound General, which gave me a high frequency of amplitude. I can make great accomplishments following the spirit reader path. But you can accomplish greater things if you follow the warrior path, the Castellan said. Could you please clarify? Luo Feng said and bowed. The Castellan looked at his student, knowing that it was impossible for him to give up because of one sentence alone. I'll elaborate on it, the Castellan said with earnestness. First of all, you're a black warrior. Second, you're following the path of Beast God. Luo Feng listened carefully. The Black Warrior has become a legend in Blood River Land, the Castellan said. Being a Black Warrior means your genes tally with those of the Beast God, and you can significantly improve your genes using Blood of Beast God in the future. Genes are foundational if you're fundamentally 1,000 times stronger. How is your enemy going to fight you besides the fallen Beast God? In Blood River Land, concentrated on close combat. Remember, spirit reader can never reach the top by following the path of Beast God. The Castellan looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was bewildered. Can never reach the top. You have to follow the path of the warrior to match Beast God's level. The Castellan said. You're a black warrior, so you have an extremely rare constitution. The fact that you could improve so quickly on the path of Beast God shows your great talent. How can you squander it? You're likely to become a master of the universe if you follow the path of the warrior. It's indeed difficult, but success is guaranteed if you just follow your own whims. It will be almost impossible for you to become a master of the universe. Luo Feng fell into silence. Some small clans don't even know about the secret, said the Castellan. Some have tried both paths like you, which is ridiculous, because they will never be able to reach the top. Just take Shi Luo Duo as an example. He was stuck at the last challenge and never managed to cross it. The Castellan looked at Luo Feng. Think deeply and give me the answer when you're done. The castellan turned around. Luo Feng remained silent. I can only follow the path of the warrior if I want to match the beast god. Luo Feng mused, being a black warrior means my genes tally with the beast god. That's right, I learned 9 calamity tome, after which my genes sharply improved, exceeding those of humans, and that's how I managed to merge the 10 Black River crystals. One path is given by castellan teacher I need to follow. The path of the warrior and the beast god, and I'm likely to become as powerful as the beast god, which means I will become a master of the universe. The spirit reader is offered by teacher Swishan Ku. I'll concentrate on 9 Calamity Tome, and there's no need to create any form of secret techniques. Because I'll take charge of the Star Tower when I become more powerful in the future. Both students of teacher Swishan Ku are masters of the universe, which means it is more likely that I'll become a master of the universe. Following this path, not to mention one of the most forceful treasures, Star Tower. Which one should I choose? Different scenarios struck Luo Feng's mind. He laughed. Why should I even bother? I'll follow 2 paths since each of them offers a chance for me to become a master of the universe. Luo Feng perked up. I'm not like Bran, who divided his focus between 2 laws, although it seems like I am following both the path of the warrior and the path of the spirit reader. I'm following the path of the beast god, essentially, and I can study how to combine them together if I follow both paths. Among the stars, the castellan stood in the void for quite a while. Teacher, Luo Feng finally said with veneration. You've made your decision. The castellan sounded tranquil. Yes, Luo Feng said, looking as if there were lights in his eyes. I've decided to follow both paths, and I'll give one of them up if I realize I have made the wrong decision in the future. The castellan turned to Luo Feng. I will say no more on this, as you've made up your mind, said the castellan. I'll see how far you can go by following both paths. Luo Feng looked at the teacher. Great, the castellan nodded. It's okay to make mistakes. What really matters is whether you can persevere and put your heart into it. Luo Feng kneeled. Thank you, teacher. He kneeled because he was sincerely thankful. He realized that the castellan would still support him even if he went against his suggestions, and that the castellan arranged one opponent after another for him to practice his secret techniques, which was time-consuming even if the castellan valued Luo Feng. Because of his race, he owed so much to him. He needed to remember his kindness and repay it when he had the chance. Let us begin. Luo Feng disappeared, and the golden-horned beast appeared. Luo Feng followed the usual schedule and started with moon policy, followed by 10,000 star sermon map. In the rural area of the universe, Black Flower secret region, inside ice hell, the news was spreading that Luo Feng had managed to survive both death, Goddess Point and Silver Look and escape. However, there weren't advanced communications in ice hell, and the detector Luo Feng carried was interrupted. It was not realistic to establish an internal virtual world inside ice hell. Poor communication. Besides, there were feuds between the powerful creatures, and they were so hostile toward each other that they would fight each other anytime they met. Only some friends or equals would gather once in a while. As a result, only 1/3 of the creatures knew about what Luo Feng had done after more than half a year had passed. In the snows of southern ice hell stood a spectacular palace with blocks of ice littered all around. Demon race characters were crafted on them, which were clearly the rankings of ice hell. Without a doubt, inside the palace lived a very special creature, Sky Wolf, one of the 5 invincible emperors. Tempered, it was said that sky wolves were ruthless and fierce creatures, whereas the sky wolf living here was arguably one of the most peaceful. However, he would also kill if he was irritated. After all, he was one of the top 5 creatures in all of Ice Hell, a title earned by majestic battles. In the tremendous icy throne sat a mountain-like demon around 15 kilometers long. It was covered with snowy hair tipped with gold, giving the appearance of a halo around him. There were 3 strange, scar-shaped engravings on his forehead. He was Sky Wolf. Master, it seems the ranking needs to be updated. There have been new battles. Yes, it was the human who fought with Lightning Racing Emperor and Silver. 5 servants, covered with scales, stood in the palace, and they were at the level of officials. Sky Wolf had brought them here when it was detained. Human Sky Wolf suddenly raised his head and glared down at them. Where is the human? Find the human right now. The servants were dazed. Master, the fight was more than half a year ago. More than half a year. Sky Wolf growled when the human showed up in Ice Hell. Silver Eye had publicly looked for him. Sky Wolf, on the other hand, had sent his servants to search for him in secret, but had eventually given up the search. He hadn't expected the news to come more than half a year late. This can't go on, said Sky Wolf. Sky Wolf stood up with his 4 hoofs on the throne. His servants kneeled down under the fear of his might. The 5 servants stayed silent, kneeling. Sky Wolf looked bellicose. Even if the human shows himself sometime in the future, he will disappear again when I get the news. Sky Wolf realized that and quickly made a decision. Prepare the ice tablets, he said in a deep voice. Yes, master, the servants answered. One of them turned around his hands and put a giant, bar-shaped ice tablet on the ground. Sky Wolf walked down from the throne and toward the tablet. Tell me about the 2 battles, Sky Wolf said. Yes, master, the human fought Lightning Racing Emperor first, and the Emperor was suppressed by the human. Besides, the human was so rapid that Lightning Racing Emperor couldn't run away, and he resorted to burning his own body. However, he was still slower than the human with his body being burned. The 5 servants told the stories one by one. Although some details were left out, they mentioned all the key points. Sky Wolf looked down at the ice tablet. Chi. Demon race characters appeared on the tablet one by one, and the new ranking was determined. First Blood Dog. Second Silver Eye. Third Sky Wolf. Fourth Black Wind. Fifth Sea Iron. Sixth Human. These creatures were named according to their races. For instance, Sea Iron, Human, and Sky Wolf. As for Blood Dog, Silver Eye, and Black Wind, they had been given these names due to their appearances. This was a usual way to name someone because there was only one from the Sea Iron clan and one from the human race. The ranking was soon determined, and each name came with a description. The names and the descriptions almost filled the ice tablet, only to leave a huge blank on the top. The servants were baffled and started to mutter, Master always crafted the ranking from the top to the bottom. Why did it change? Yes, I've never seen Master do this. As they were discussing this, demon race characters started to appear on the blank. Anyone who brings the human to me will be forever protected, and I swear I will not kill him if I see the human. I swear to all of Ice Hell, and this tablet is the evidence. Done. Sky Wolf raised his head. Make 900 copies of this, and send them to the peak of the mountain on the other side. Yes, Master, the 5 servants answered with veneration. They made 900 copies instantly, and one of them flew away carrying these tablets. He flew toward the mountain near IC where the ranking was usually distributed. That was a battle-free zone where no occupation was allowed, which had been agreed upon by everyone in Ice Hell. The tablets were carried away by one creature after another, and Skywolf's bounty spread throughout Ice Hell. Skywolf's protection. Unless Skywolf dies, nobody can kill me if I can get its protection. Will Skywolf break its promise? How is that possible? Skywolf announced that through the ranking and made it known to everyone he is not likely to break his promise because of us and humiliate himself publicly. Besides, Skywolf is always proud and doesn't he deign to attack us also. Everyone knows he is peaceful. Hurry up and find the human. That's right, let us go find the human. All the other creatures tiptoed except for the strongest ones. Even Bone Emperor and Lightning Racing Emperor would avoid meeting the 5 invincible emperors, not to mention the others. Though they were weak, they made up 90% of the creatures in Ice Hell. They devoted themselves wholeheartedly to finding Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng's habitation was hidden deep in the snow, and there was a micro-detector around. Even if some creatures actually arrived there, they couldn't detect Luo Feng with their eyes or godly force unless they destroyed the whole place and forced Luo Feng to come out. The creatures vehemently searched for the human for hundreds of years, after which the enthusiasm gradually wore off. However, there were still some weak emperors continuing to search, because once they succeeded, they could live a peaceful life. On one of the islands of the sea, Luo Feng, dresses in black, sat on the beach, watching the tides. As for the golden-horned beast, it was staying in inner world and copying the sculpture of beast god. It's been 1,000 years, said Luo Feng. I thought it would be almost impossible to improve, because my conception of the beast god reached level 20 of Heavenly Bridge 1,000 years ago. By contrast, it was slowly but constantly improving. Luo Feng was smiling. However, there's a huge gap between level 20 and level 21, which takes 10 times longer than improving from level 19 to 20. The conception of beast god was achieved by copying different sizes of beast god sculptures. Luo Feng's perception of the merging law of Tao of beast god was important as well, as it was difficult to achieve without it. Perception of law was the root and the trunk. Conception was the branches. Only if the root was deep enough and the trunk thick enough that the tree could bloom. They were functioning upon each other. With the perception of law, one could grasp a higher level of conception. Meanwhile, a higher level of conception boosted the perception of law. Time flew. The golden-horned beast concentrated on Ranshin's 7 move and tried to apprehend the conception of beast god by copying the human form. Was studying moon policy and 10,000 star sermon map. The Castellan provided different opponents based on the weaknesses of Luo Feng's moves, under which Luo Feng refined his moves and improved sharply. He applied the law in a magnificently comprehensive way. It took Luo Feng 1,600 years to create the second move for moon policy. Both the move of blade and Sha Wu Wing could be utilized. One move of blade could destroy any obstacle. It was almighty. However, Luo Feng ran into some difficulties when studying 10,000 star sermon map. Luo Feng originally thought that he could create the second move of the map 10 times faster than creating the move for moon policy. After all, he was already experienced. However, it was much more difficult than Luo Feng thought. So difficult that I can't extrapolate from moon policy. Luo Feng identified the key distinction between the law of close combat and that of spirit weapon. The two weapons would only become more different when the secret technique became more intricate, and the experience would become increasingly useless. Inside the Palace of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, Luo Feng stepped into the palace, stopped halfway, and greeted, "Master, I've created the second move for both, please give me some advice." "You realized, didn't you?" came a voice from the infinite airflow. "I realized," Luo Feng said with respect, "that I was wrong to think it would be easier to create the move for spirit weapon if I knew how to create the move for close combat. However, it wasn't as easy as I thought. You're creating the top secret technique instead of the mediocre one. There are fundamental differences between the arcane codes of close combat and spirit weapons. Of course, the more you study them, the more obvious the differences will be. You can still refer to each other when creating the first or second move, but there will be no point when you start the third and fourth move. What's more, it will only slow you down if you do that when you're creating the fifth move, let alone the sixth one, and it will be an impossible venture to create the seventh move, which represents the power of a master of the universe. Old Luo Feng was startled. Diluting your concentration can indeed help you at first by supplementing one arcane code to another, the Castellan said. However, they will only negatively affect each other when you reach a higher level, making it strenuous to create one more move. You think the powerful creatures are afraid of squandering time? No, they have eternal lives, and couldn't care less about time. What they're really afraid of is losing the chance of the peak forever. Are you still sticking to your own way? I am, Luo Feng said, nodding. Fine, you're still qualified to make mistakes. Let's just hope you will change your mind when you start to create the fourth move. Luo Feng bowed without saying a word. Keep on, show that you're right with your achievements. The sound was vague. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng bowed, thinking that he would definitely prove it with his accomplishments. So Luo Feng vanished, and his consciousness went back to reality. Inside the cave of Eastern Ice Hell, Luo Feng finally opened his eyes. He had been sitting in the living room with his legs crossed. Just wait for it, Castellan teacher, Luo Feng said. He had lost the joy he should have had after creating a new move. Rather, all he had was the intention to battle. I need the reality to tell me I was wrong. Luo Feng left the cave and arrived at the surface of the snow. He walked slowly on the snow. Masters of the universe are the peak of the universe, Luo Feng said under his breath. However, not all the masters are equally powerful. The Castellan is top tier, second brother Flaming Emperor is mid tier, and big brother Puti is low tier. Regardless, they were all awed by billions of clans in the universe. Nevertheless, Flaming Emperor doesn't possess a treasure like Star Tower, even though he has two treasures, while the treasures Puti has might be inferior to those of Flaming Emperor. Star Power triggered the war between the top four clans. It's able to stand solid between stars in the battlefield outside the domain, consuming energies constantly, which led to 9 whirlpool nebulas, and the whirlpool could easily tear a universe night apart. The most powerful treasure. Luo Feng nodded in silence. According to Zhuoshan Ku, when Luo Feng became a Universe Knight and collected the last piece of metal for 9 Calamity Tome, he would almost be able to operate the entire Star Tower, and if he managed to do that, he could have the authority to talk with Masters of the Universe equally. That means I will be the equal of the masters of the universe when I become Universe Knight, as long as I can operate the Sky Tower, Luo Feng thought in this case, I must not waste this treasure, which is coveted by even the most powerful in the universe. The core of each element of the star map is a soul controlling valuable tower. Pearls and ceiling stars were nothing compared to the star tower. It was incredibly powerful. The more Luo Feng thought about it, the more convinced he was that he had been right to follow the spirit reader path. Teacher said following both paths spelled failure to create the seventh move. Luo Feng shook his head. However, the Castellan also said before that no human could become a master of the universe following the path of beast god. Maybe some individuals of the barbarian races managed to. Of course, they are but exceptions, mused Luo Feng. Exceptions can't represent anything. Maybe the teacher exaggerated a bit to convince me. Luo Feng walked step by step on the snow. Thoughts kept flooding his mind, which was affected by what the Castellan had said. Although Luo Feng stayed firm both in front of his teacher and himself, the Castellan was one of the three most powerful humans in the universe, and what he said could exert a huge impact on Luo Feng. That was why he needed to keep reminding himself of his motive in the first place. He was firm not only because he had faith in himself, but also because Shan Ku was more powerful than the Castellan. Luo Feng wasn't blind. Without Shan Ku, he would ponder for quite a while. Because of what the Castellan said. A creature hid behind the ice tablets at the peak of an iceberg, staring at the void afar. That is. The blurry figure trembled and flew out, landing on the snowfield tens of millions of kilometers away. It was a metal creature with a metallic luster all over his body. His eyes were like rubies, and the body was stooping like a cheetah trying to stand on 2 feet. He was staring at the footsteps on the snow. I've never seen footsteps like this. He examined them with his back bent. After which, he brightened. Is it the human S? If so, it's my lucky day. So. He took off along the overlook, noticing another footstep thousands of kilometers away. He teleported himself over and over again toward the footsteps, and after dozens of times of doing so, he spotted a shadow wandering on the snow. Each step he took was more than 1,000 kilometers long. Haha, it is the human. The metal creature was exhilarated. I'm the first one to find him, which means I don't need to live in fear anymore. Who? He dove toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng made an abrupt turn and saw a creature flying toward him. Luo Feng saw the 2-meter-tall body covered with dimming gold and the ruby-like eyes. Its metal Katua ranked 626. The powerful ones were killing each other in ice hell. Nobody would approach each other if they weren't close, just as the weaker ones wouldn't approach the top 10 limit emperors. If they did so, they brought death upon themselves. A guy ranked 626 dares to challenge me, Luo Feng said. He stretched his left arm and 52 black balls appeared. I'll test my second move on you. The second move was extraordinarily complicated. However, it was so powerful that the engravings needed 52 stars to carry. Long. Countless golden threads connected the stars, and 1,000-meter-long beast god appeared. The beast god was dense, the scales on it were distinct. The scale-covered tail was the sturdiest. The scales on other parts of the beast god seemed to be covered with dust, whereas those on the tail were spick and span. There was a mystical vibe of law inside. The sense of its aggressiveness emanated millions of square kilometers of Space were trembling because of the beast god, the combination of 52 stars. The powerful secret techniques, and the stronger conception of beast god after 2,000 years resulted in outrageously magnificent power. No metal Ka-Tua, who was originally overjoyed, was almost scared to death, and teleported himself hundreds of thousands of kilometers afar, saying, I mean you no harm, human. I come here in the name of Sky Wolf. Luo Feng stood on the snow, with the aggressive beast god floating above Luo. Feng looked at the beast god with satisfaction. He exercised this move because he wanted to try it in a real battle, and it seemed that it would wield significant power. Sky Wolf Luo Feng looked at the metal creature from afar, waved his hand, and the beast god disappeared. The 52 stars fell from the sky to his palms. The metal creature flew toward Luo Feng carefully and smiled with respect. He took out the tablet of ranking. Mr. Human, please see for yourself. Ranking Luo Feng skimmed the tablet and surveyed the ranking and the bounty. Sky Wolf had offered to everyone in Ice Hell. Why is Sky Wolf so keen to find me after he promised not to kill me to the public? I'll go check. After thinking about it for a short while, Luo Feng decided to go lead me there, Luo Feng said, looking at the metal creature. Ka-Tua was thrilled and said, Mr. Human, how lucky I am to be the first one to meet you. I'll lead you to the palace of the master of Southern Ice Hell. Now. He teleported himself with Luo Feng to Southern Ice Hell. Luo Feng looked at the palace from afar and the ice tablets with rankings around the palace. Mr. Human, I don't dare to teleport inside, so let us just fly there, Ka-Tua said. Let us go. Luo Feng nodded. So. 2 beams of light traveled toward the palace, and 2 of the servants were alerted. There were 7 servants around Sky Wolf's palace. 5 of them were brought by Sky Wolf from the outside. They dealt with minor duties, while the other 2 were in charge of guarding the palace. These 2 had been mentally controlled by Sky Wolf ever since being severely damaged by him. Who dares to trespass? The servants of Emperor level shouted after. Seeing the lights, isn't that they looked at them carefully. Human. It's the human. They exchanged an eye contact after identifying the human whom their master had been dying to meet. It's me who brought the human here, Ka-Tua said with a smile. Lucky for you, Ka-Tua, you'll get the eternal protection of the master. One of the servants said, Human, master has been waiting for you for more than 200 years, come with me, both of you. The servant brought both of them into the palace. Luo Feng observed the surroundings and was able to see the giant beast sitting on the throne. It was Sky Wolf of the royal demon race. Sky Wolf looked enormous with its more than 10-kilometer body, whereas it was to the golden-horned beast like an ant to an elephant. Human. Its eyes opened and overlooked him. Sky Wolf Luo Feng looked at Sky Wolf from afar and smiled. Why are you looking for me so eagerly that you made such a promise to everyone in Ice Hell? Is there anything you want from me? Of course, there is. Sky Wolf looked to Ka-Tua, who was bowing with reverence. Sky Wolf said slowly, You brought him here, Ka-Tua. Yes, Ka-Tua answered. Okay, Sky Wolf said, from now on, nobody will dare to touch you around your palace. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sky Wolf. Ka-Tua was so thrilled that his body was trembling. As someone ranked lower than 600, he was one of the weaker in Ice Hell and had to live in fear all the time, which was why he often went out to look for Luo Feng, knowing he could get Sky Wolf's protection. Go, Sky Wolf didn't he want to talk much with Ka-Tua. Ka-Tua greeted Sky Wolf with veneration and bowed to Luo Feng with gratefulness. Before leaving the palace, Luo Feng couldn't he help feeling for the weaker creatures in Ice Hell. Hong, long, the door was closed. The door is closed, and only your servants are here. Lu Feng looked at Sky Wolf on the throne. You can say what you want now. Sky Wolf overlooked Luo Feng from the throne while a trace of amusement flashed in its eyes. His voice was echoing in the entire palace. Human, you should be figured out that I ask you here because I want to buy the anonymous account sensor from you, and you should know how much I want to connect to the outer world after being detained here for such a long time. You're from the demon race, and I'm from the human race, Luo Feng said as he looked up at Sky Wolf. You should know that our races were hostile against each other, and that the virtual universe will reject your consciousness. You can't enter the virtual universe even if you had the sensor. Souls and elements of consciousness were fundamentally different between races. The virtual universe belonged to humans. Lots of creatures from the demon race, the bug race, and the automation race wanted to use the virtual universe to convey their messages. However, the races deemed as enemies to humans couldn't connect to the virtual universe. Even the other barbarian races who were not hostile against humans would be restricted and monitored. While using the virtual universe, Silver Eye, for example, was a special creature and would still be able to use the virtual universe, although he had limited access authority. I understand that, Sky Wolf said. He looked at Luo Feng. However, you should also know that my servants are able to do that. 2 of my servants are from the sister races of humans, and they're able to enter it. Where's your previous censor? Luo Feng asked. These sneaky enemies of the barbarian races would try everything to utilize the humans' virtual universe, which was quite handy. Thus, they could usually acquire the sensor. Something went wrong, thus the access authority was taken away, Sky Wolf said. No wonder, Luo Feng grinned. The monitor was especially sensitive and determined, and no matter how they tried to conceal the fact that they were using human slaves or barbarian slaves from the Hong Alliance to connect to the virtual universe, their access authorities would be stripped right away once a clue was found. Meanwhile, the access authority of the sensor would be taken away. What was worse, it would use the coordinates to capture the phony. As a result, countless numbers of individuals belonging to the barbarian races had been captured and killed. However, the 5 peak races were still trying to establish intelligence networks through the virtual universe. I don't have the sensor, Luo Feng said, shaking his head. This lie may work on others, but my race has been fighting yours forever. Do you really think I'll buy that? Sky Wolf was gazing at Luo Feng. You can certainly make a sensor using the artificial intelligence you're carrying. The most important thing is the access authority, and you're more than qualified to apply for an anonymous account. Sky Wolf kept overlooking Luo Feng. Relax, he continued. I don't want to give you a hard time, you know that. There is a plethora of intelligence systems for espionage built by the barbarian races. Although it's difficult to be detected, the destruction of an intelligence system spells huge losses. Regardless, there are still so many barbarian races trying to build one intelligence system after another. Sky Wolf stared at Luo Feng. It doesn't matter if I'm added, as there are so many of them, right? Sky Wolf gazed down at Luo Feng. There's no point hiding my intention, because you can easily guess it. Sky Wolf said. Yes, I want out, although I'm not sure whether the intelligence system is still there or not, I still want to take my chances. I want out. And you think I'll help a barbarian? Luo Feng said. Not help, but a deal, Sky Wolf said. The anonymous censor is easy to get. So selling one to me is not a crime. Besides, you're not helping me send the message. Rather, the only thing you will do is to sell an account. Innumerable accounts are being sold throughout the human race every day, and some of them are purchased secretly by the barbarian race. Luo Feng stared right back at him. Sky Wolf was correct. It was commonplace to resell the accounts. I won't take it for granted, Sky Wolf said. I'm willing to trade it for one treasure. Treasure? Luo Feng lifted his eyebrow. How generous you are. Sky Wolf lifted its hoof, beside which appeared a black stone stick. On the two sides of it were beautiful sculptures, which made it look more like a piece of art than a weapon. However, the force it emanated filled the entire palace. One treasure for one anonymous censor, said Sky Wolf. Sky Wolf watched Luo Feng, yet Luo Feng was silent. You can have as many censors as you want in the human world, Sky Wolf said. And you're only selling one censor. Both of us are trapped in ice hell, and all I want is to leave. Besides, I am only at the Emperor level of undying. Me leaving is not a threat to you humans whatsoever. Emperor Undying. Even Universe Knights weren't influential in the human race. And the demon race? No, Luo Feng said, shaking his head. You're not selling the censor, even for a treasure, Sky Wolf said. He stood up abruptly, and sharply became aggressive. The five servants were glaring at Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at Sky Wolf and kept shaking his head. No deal. It was not because Luo Feng was inflexible. Selling one censor was nothing. Besides, adventuring in the universe could sometimes prompt different races to cooperate under some special circumstances. Luo Feng didn't care about one censor. What he really cared about was the price. One treasure, not enough. Two, I'll give you the treasure I'm currently using, Sky Wolf growled and glared at Luo Feng. Two treasures for one censor? That is cheap on the outside. This is the greatest price I'll pay. Take it, human. Even if you're adventuring in a secret area of the universe, it's not easy to get two treasures. Luo Feng looked up at Sky Wolf and said mildly, no deal. No deal? Sky Wolf was startled. Don't you know these are both treasures? Do you even know how many treasures there are in ice hell? Even invincible emperors like me, or Silver Eye, have no more than three. I'm keeping only the most important and most suitable one, while giving the other two to you. How dare you? Sky Wolf roared. Don't you be so outrageous. I can use these two treasures to hire a universe knight to kill the most powerful of the human race. I'm not asking you to betray the human race. All I'm asking for is a censor. I'll ask you one more time. Will you sell the censor? Luo Feng shook his head. No. Sky Wolf was infuriated. Hung. The entire palace was filled with belligerence. Sky Wolf vanished from its throne, while Luo Feng opened his wings with 52 black balls around his hand. Hell. Sky Wolf appeared right at where Luo Feng had been with its hoofs bent. He stared at Luo Feng bellicosely. Luo Feng stood afar, with 522 black balls floating around his hand, and said, I thought you made a promise to all of ice hell that you wouldn't attempt to kill me. It depends, Sky Wolf said hoarsely with its teeth exposed. The three strange scars on his forehead were squirming. Goddamn human blocking my hope of getting out. Tell me now, I shouldn't kill you. That sounds about right, said Luo Feng, but you should know that if you do, Kill me, you'll never get the access authority to the sensor without the access authority. The sensor is useless to you. Luo Feng looked at the 52 black balls in his palms. Besides, you can't kill me. Even Silver Eye, who's proficient in time law, couldn't he do that? Luo Feng stared at Skywolf as, for you, your edge is space law, but I'm faster than you. How are you going to kill me? Skywolf was as belligerent as one could be, but Luo Feng treated it with nonchalance. They looked at each other from afar. Okay, Skywolf said in a deep voice, I bet your status is pretty high, given your power, and it's much easier to get treasures on the outside. No wonder these two treasures can't attract you. Well, I'll trade the sensor for the most important treasure I have. Oh, Luo Feng was bewildered. Skywolf possessed something more valuable. These two treasures will not belong to you, but I'll give you this one instead, Skywolf said as he glared at Luo Feng. I acquired this treasure by chance. This is something worth fighting for, even between universe knights. I killed a weak barbarian and got this. A nice hell. What is this mysterious treasure? Asked Luo Feng. Is it the invaluable? He grinned. I won't believe that. Of course not, said Skywolf. That would set the universe knights crazy. However, this one is much more precious than a treasure, though it can't compare with the invaluable. Skywolf slightly lifted its hoof, and a hexagonal stone tablet the size of a human palm came into sight. There was a beast roaring on the tablet. The sculpture of the beast on the tablet made Luo Feng's heart tremble. He had seen several kinds of peculiar beasts, like the one on the 9 universe Primal Chaos tablet and the beast god. However, the beast on this tablet stirred some special feelings inside Luo Feng. What is this? Luo Feng said, grinning. This is merely an ordinary stone tablet. The only thing special about it is the shape and the sculpture. You call this treasure? Just penetrate your will into it, said Skywolf, staring at Luo Feng. Then you'll understand. This is the token of beast god inheritance from the most powerful ancestral god school. Of course, it is much more valuable. The most powerful ancestral god school. Luo Feng was a bit confused. Even though he knew nothing about this school, token of beast god inheritance appealed to him. He reached out. Let me see. Use your godly power. Penetration, Skywolf said, watching Luo Feng as for the token. I'll keep it until there's a deal, and you may use your power to probe it. You're too careful. Luo Feng glanced at Skywolf. Humans are cunning, Skywolf urged him. Just go check if you want it. Luo Feng looked at the hexagonal stone and injected an invisible spiritual force into it. The moment the force hit the stone, Luo Feng felt like he was entering an ancient world. When I'm going to the land of inheritance with the token, I can receive inheritance from beast god if I'm qualified. The coordinates are. Luo Feng collected the information, which described the stone as the token of soil and space merging law. Luo Feng was a little disappointed, as he was practicing the merging law of gold and space. Have you seen it? Skywolf asked. Luo Feng. Make your decision. Let me think about it, Luo Feng answered. No need to rush. I've waited long enough to be patient. Skywolf stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood there, frowning, whilst connecting to the virtual universe. The virtual universe, inside the room of Luo Feng's matter. Luo Feng started to look up the necessary information on the laptop. He started by searching for the information of the school mentioned by Skywolf. Ancestral God School. Luo Feng's access authority was updated after he successfully got out of Sector Level Primal Sky Mountain. Luo Feng said, his spirits brightened a bit as he started to read the information on the screen. Token of Beast God's Inheritance. Ancestral God School was the most powerful organization in the universe. It was as old as the universe, and the highest level belonged to the legendary 3 ancestral gods, 8 beast god, 72 holy deified generals, and 3,000 prophets. There was a fixed number for each position. Although there could be candidates, each beast god position could only be filled by one unless the original beast god fell. There wouldn't be a new beast god, and the same rule applied to deified generals and prophets. There were 3 forms of inheritance in Ancestral God School. The first was inheritance of prophets, the second was inheritance of deified generals, and the third was inheritance of beast god. Inheritance of beast god was the highest level of inheritance, with each of the 8 beast gods being a master of the universe. Hundreds of millions of races had followed the path of the beast god, and some of them had even received its inheritance and successfully trained themselves to reach the beast god's level. However, they still couldn't become a beast god unless the beast god they were following fell. Once one became the real beast god, its power would surge. That was why there was a fixed number for each position. Ancestral God School was open, and it neither participated in the battle for power nor needed a large territory, as there were only some 3,000 members in it. It was open to all the powerful creatures in the universe, and the inheritances they had were distributed across the universe to make sure they would be received by the right one. However, neither those who received the inheritances nor those who excelled at following the inheritances belonged to Ancestral God School. Only the one who inherited the position. Ancestral God School didn't meddle in any wars other than the holy ancestral gods. Only the beast gods, the deified generals, and the prophets were among all the races in the universe. Beast gods were the strongest, followed by deified generals and prophets. The inheritance crystals of prophets floated randomly in the universe and collected by one powerful one after another. However, the lands of deified general inheritance were fixed in a particular area. As for the lands of beast god inheritance, they were under Ancestral God School's control, and one must show the token to enter the land. There were 8 tokens: golden and space, wood and space, soil and space, light and time, wind and time, and thunder and time. 8 merging laws represented the 8 paths of beast gods. There was a rule for humans that if powerful humans managed to find the token, they could keep it for themselves. If they found it to be useless, they could hand it in, and they would be rewarded treasures as valuable as the token. Sometimes, they might get another token. Luo Feng was amazed. After reading all this information, he realized how supreme Ancestral God School was, and how small the number of members was. 3 ancestral gods and 8 beast gods. Luo Feng said, "How powerful are ancestral gods? I reckon they're as powerful as Teacher Mountain Sitting Goose." Only because of that could the Ancestral God School be the most powerful organization in the universe. Elite strategy. Ancestral God School followed the elite strategy. It didn't have an abundant number of members, but it surpassed the 6 peaks. I can trade this token for the token that suits me, Luo Feng realized aloud. He was expecting something more. Sky Wolf, today is your unlucky day. Ice Hell, inside the palace of Sky Wolf. Sky Wolf stared at Luo Feng. "You've made up your mind," Sky Wolf said. Luo Feng nodded yes. "Good. Now, do we have a deal or not?" Sky Wolf said it more aggressively because it had a strong desire to go back. To his clan it was now an invincible emperor, where it was still lagging behind others at the same level, which stemmed from the lack of treasures. He was powerful enough, and all he needed were a couple of suitable treasures. Suitable, after which he could sharply improve his fighting and defending abilities. Luo Feng looked at Sky Wolf. Deal, he said. Smart choice. Sky Wolf laughed and said, Human, give me the anonymous account sensor first, I need to check it. Luo Feng frowned. Let us exchange our goods at the same time. Haha, are you kidding me? Sky Wolf said. If I give the token to you directly, you can run out in no time and take away the access authority then. How am I supposed to know whether or not you're telling the truth? Luo Feng glanced at it and started to contemplate. Sky Wolf was really sneaky. And he didn't know whether he would be tricked or not. Makes sense. Luo Feng threw out a quantum computer. A godly force caught the quantum computer. Filled with excitement, Sky Wolf stared at the quantum computer. While he was detained in ice hell, he was only mediocre, but now he was an invincible emperor, which would make his clan value him significantly more. Once he managed to get back, he would be specially trained by his clan, and he might become a universe knight, and based on his power, he wouldn't be an average knight. Do as I said, Sky Wolf growled. A figure came into view. It was a prepossessed, 9-meter-tall female, with a great body and 6 wings. Yes, master, the female servant answered with respect and took the quantum computer. The female servant connected to the virtual universe. Sky Wolf looked at her with a thrill while glimpsing at Luo Feng a couple of times. He was watching the scene in silence and monitoring everything in his virtual universe. He had high access authority and was one of the highest levels in the human race. He had reached this level by being the student of the Castellan and one of the top talents. In reality, Luo Feng had constructed a local area network for that anonymous account, which meant he was the only one who used the account all along. For instance, there were lots of players of virtual games, and there were quite a few people drinking in the bar. However, these were all simulated. Even Luo Feng couldn't tell that it was fake. Do whatever you want to do, including sending the message, Luo Feng muttered under his breath. Unfortunately, you're currently in private virtual network, and it's been cut off from the entire virtual universe. The female servant entered the game. Luo Feng was monitoring everything. It was the number 3 game, which dated back to 30,000 years ago. It was completely normal for a well-functioning game to be operated for more than 100 million years, given that human history had started zillions of years ago, and some games were extremely popular. The game could be maintained as long as there were profits. The female servant publicized the bounty mission. Luo Feng noticed that the servant started by transferring a small amount of money from an anonymous account of the first bank of the universe to herself, after which she released a bounty mission to the entire game. She logged off after staying there for a while. Inside the palace, Sky Wolf watched his servant. Finally, she said, Master. There was no response. Human. Sky Wolf roared, becoming furious. You're playing me. Luo Feng looked up at the enormous Sky Wolf and grumbled, Yes, I was playing you, but you were playing me as well. How did I play you? Sky Wolf roared. I was exactly following the deal, which says I can test whether it's authentic or not, and you say I am playing you. Do you really think I'm so stupid that I would allow you to connect to the Virtual universe, without the token I still have a brain, Luo Feng smirked. I bet you were trying to send the message to the demon race as a means of testing. Skywolf was dazed. Publicizing a bounty mission in a virtual game with countless players is indeed a smart move, Luo Feng said coyly. There might be some spies among the players, and there's no way for the system of the virtual universe to know who the spies are. Humph, you can send your message by this easily. Luo Feng looked at Skywolf with a baffling look. If you had succeeded, my scanner would have meant nothing to you, and you would have achieved your goal. However, you would still have the inheritance token. Do you think you would really give it to me at that point? I always keep my promises, Skywolf answered in a hoarse voice. Nonsense, Luo Feng sniggered. I would be a joke if I believed the promise of an enemy race. Skywolf was stupefied and hesitant. Tell me, Skywolf, how can I trust you? Luo Feng said, studying him. Skywolf kept staring at the human in front of it. Skywolf, as a member of the royal demon race, was ruthless and cunning, and was the one in Ice Hell that perfectly manifested such characteristics. What was more, he was proficient in disguising himself still, even though he always acted kindly. During the time he had been detained in Ice Hell, he did occasionally reveal his true self. He was, indeed, luring the human with his token and trying to send the message. In the name of testing, once he got a response, it would mean the message was received, and it wouldn't matter even if the human took away the access authority. By then, he wouldn't have to give the human the inheritance token. What do you have in mind? Skywolf said in a low voice. Since we've played all our cards, let us be honest with each other from now on, Luo Feng said, carefully watching Skywolf. There's only one rule. You give me the token first, before I give you the scanner. No, Skywolf roared. What if you take the token and run away? Haha, you, as the master of Southern Ice Hell, fear that I'll run away? Luo Feng gazed at it. Who in Ice Hell doesn't he know you're good at escaping? Skywolf stared at Luo Feng with its blue eyes. Luo Feng shook his head. I'm indeed good at escaping, but you're an invincible emperor. I don't have any other ideas if you're not on board with this one, unless you can offer me one. Skywolf sat there, pondering for a long time. He couldn't think of anything else. He couldn't come up with anything that could gain the trust of this cunning but cautious human. I'll leave if you can't make a decision, Luo Feng said, shaking his head and smiling. What's the point of having the token if you can never get out of Ice Hell? Wait, Skywolf gazed at Luo Feng with hesitation, then shouted, fine, I'll give you the token, but you must give me the access, and if it's still fake, I swear I'll have all the creatures in Ice Hell hunt you down. Rest assured, Luo Feng said with a smile, have some faith in human's reputation. It's foolish to trust one's enemies, Skywolf growled and threw Luo Feng the token. So, you do know it's a foolish thing to do, said Luo Feng. Luo Feng caught the token with his hands. The hexagonal tablet was heavy, and he could feel its extraordinary nature just by holding it. He was excited and thought to himself, I can trade it for another token, perhaps the one of special inheritance. This token is far superior to the inheritance of demon. Note deified general, and maybe I can get an incredible reward. The access is granted, Luo Feng said to Skywolf. Yes, master, the female servant said with respect and connected to the virtual universe with her mind. Luo Feng looked at her in silence, then connected to the virtual universe. Virtual universe, the peak of Thunder Island, inside the palace of the primal Chaos City leader. Luo Feng went to see the primal Chaos City leader right after he read the information of the ancestral god school and the token online. The interior of the palace permeated an air of chaos. Teacher, Luo Feng greeted with veneration. The airflow conveyed the voice of the primal Chaos City leader. What happened? It's about the beast god token, Luo Feng said. A figure covered with a golden cape walked out. The primal Chaos City leader looked serene, though there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He was a bit irritated by how Luo Feng diverted his attention, but he had to admit that Luo Feng was indeed lucky. Luo Feng once fought Haiti Emperor as Blade River Emperor in the Outer Domain battlefield, which was a piece of widely spread news, and the primal Chaos City leader had known about it all along. Although Luo Feng turned off the synchronized transmittal of the virtual universe, lots of powerful ones among the human race had videotaped the battle. The primal Chaos City leader was surprised that Luo Feng had fought Haiti Emperor as a sector lord in the first place, and then he noticed that the black balls were a series of treasures like the invaluable. There were different levels of treasures. Treasures could be rated by different functions. Offensive treasures were not as precious as defensive ones, which were inferior to ceiling ones, and different treasures came with different powers. Series of treasures were definitely top tier. The 7 blades owned by 7 Blade Emperor were a series of treasures. How did my student obtain the token right after he got the series? The primal Chaos City leader asked, startled. The token was certainly as valuable as a series of treasures. The token stood for the chance to be in the ancestral god school. Allow me to elaborate, Luo Feng answered. Please do, the primal Chaos City leader said. I went to Black Flower Secret Region this time. Luo Feng started to tell his stories without revealing his real intention, which was to find the black metal. I didn't panic after being captured in ice hell, as my core is outside. I treat it as the practice field. Although the 5 invincible emperors are almighty, I have some chances. The invincible emperors only have a few treasures, and defending treasures are scarce. I plan to train 7 move. I can exercise the second form of Sha Wu Wing, which can disturb space. By then, even Universe Knights 1T be able to seal me, not to mention the invincible emperors in Ice Hell. Being the fastest one makes me undefeatable, Luo Feng went on. I'm almost stronger. I'll have no problem suppressing and severely injuring them. I bought a considerable number of treasures before, and I'll give the purple clock to one of the invincible emperors I might defeat and control in the future, as long as I have the defending treasure and an invincible emperor servant. I'm confident that I can defeat them one by one. This was my original plan, which was to train myself and defeat them one by one. The primal Chaos City leader nodded. Luo Feng was, indeed, filled with aspirations, daring to fight invincible emperors as a sector lord. However, the invincible emperors could barely reach the threshold, as they had too few treasures and were rather inferior to the real ones like True Yan Emperor. However, I found this beast god token, Luo Feng said, and he briefly summarized the story of Sky Wolf. If Sky Wolf buys my story, I can get the token without having to put up a fight. However, even if it knows more about my intentions, I'll try to get the token in the first place. I can't stand staying in ice hell for 10,000 years. After seeing the token, I want to get out and go to the land of inheritance. I want to be stronger. Luo Feng added with reverence, I can't get out unless I stay here for another 10,000 years. I need your help, teacher, I'll have to give the scanner to Sky Wolf if I want to get the token. My first plan is to escape. After getting the token, Sky Wolf can't do anything, as I'm proficient in defending myself. The second plan is to let it connect to the virtual universe and send the message, after which the demon race will appear, and so will teacher. Would teacher give some advice if teacher prefers neither of those options? I can wait here for another 10,000 years. The primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng and beamed. I can see that your mind is fixated on the land of inheritance, and it will be tortuous for you to stay here, he said. Let Sky Wolf send the message. Although it's an invincible emperor now, it was weak before, and the demon race won't believe everything it says. It's impossible for the demon race to send a universe master. Even if it is a universe master, I can overpower that, said Luo Feng. Get the token first, in case the demon race sends a universe master to protect Sky Wolf. The primal Chaos City leader said the token is indeed valuable. My body is wandering in the universe these days, and would slaughter for one of the invaluable. It's worth the effort to get a token. Yes, Luo Feng said. Okay. The primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng expectantly. He felt that he was indeed lucky, and it would be a waste for him to spend 10,000 years in ice. Hell, if he went to the land of inheritance, he might encounter some other rewards. After all, Luo Feng kept pleasantly surprising him after becoming his student. The only thing that slightly bothered him was Luo Feng's choice to follow both the path of a spirit reader and that of a warrior. Ice Hell, inside Sky Wolf's palace. Sky Wolf stared at its female servant anxiously, brimming with hope, as the servant tested the virtual universe. I've been detained here for an infinite amount of time, roared Sky Wolf. This will decide whether I can get out or no. Sky Wolf was suddenly aggressive, a rare glimpse of his true nature. It has to connect, it has to. Time was passing by while Sky Wolf felt like he had been through centuries. The servant opened her eyes. Is it done? Sky Wolf grumbled. Yes, master, the servant answered respectfully. Someone just responded. Someone responded. Sky Wolf trembled and felt its blood heating up. He had never been so thrilled after being detained here. Awesome, awesome, Sky Wolf howled. The sound spread out from the palace. Sky Wolf, Luo Feng said. Haha, human, you are a man of your word, Sky Wolf said, looking down at Luo Feng. The response was the confirmation of receipt of the message, which would be forwarded to Sky Wolf's teacher. How could he not be exhilarated to know he was about to get out? Sky Wolf had been as steady as an iceberg before, whereas now, he was as aroused as a volcano about to burst. Then I'll walk myself out, Luo Feng said, smiling. Haha, Sky Wolf burst into laughter. Be my guest. The door opened, rumbling. Luo Feng glanced at the door, opened his wings, and flew away. Congratulations, master, the servant said as they started to celebrate. Sky Wolf, however, said, no need to elaborate. Although the Purple Knight can't keep an eye on everything that happens in Ice Hell, we'll be in trouble. If he finds out, be constantly on alert until we actually get out. We'll just wait here and we'll get out in a day or two. Sky Wolf looked up at the boundless ice world outside. Human, I'll let you keep the token for a while to avoid any trouble. I'll get it back and dedicate it to my race after the Supreme Being arrives. Thinking of this, Sky Wolf couldn't help but laugh under his delicate manipulation. The sound only echoed inside the palace. After Luo Feng left the palace, Jihang Emperor appeared beside him and teleported himself. Deep in the snow of eastern ice hell, inside Luo Feng's habitation, Luo Feng was overjoyed. "I've acquired the Beast God Inheritance Token," Luo Feng said. "I didn't expect Ancestral God School to be so powerful and to own all the 8 beast gods." Oh, right, there were different sculptures of beast gods on the golden pool of Seven-Blade Emperor. Suddenly, the scene entered his mind of the birth of the sealed star and how Life-Falling Emperor had launched a sneak attack against Seven-Blade Emperor. It had been during the attack that Seven-Blade Emperor had pulled out a special golden pool. That might have something to do with Ancestral God School, thought Luo Feng. It seems that Seven-Blade Emperor also got the special inheritance. Luo Feng was filled with suspense. "I'll go to the land of inheritance and see how it is." Sky Wolf, "I'll need to thank you." This time Luo Feng looked up and smiled. "I'm waiting for the supreme being of your race. Let us see whether it will be my teacher, Primal Chaos City Leader's rival. The demon race did set up lots of intelligence networks in the virtual universe of the humans. However, ordinary Undying were not allowed to access it, and even Emperor-level Undying were not allowed unless under special circumstances, as using the network was extremely dangerous. Although there was a plethora of delicate methods to conceal their identities, supervision was everything in the virtual universe. Thus, even a tiny shred of a clue might expose the entire network, which was costly. Sibo was still alive. Inside the territory of the demon race was a prosperous planet where lots of young demon races were living. However, on the planet lived a powerful universe knight. Sibo Wa became my 3rd student when I had just been made a universe knight, he said. I haven't heard from him for God knows how long. I can't believe he is still alive. A merely 2-meter-long sky wolf with blue feathers was joyful inside a peaceful palace, and there's more. Became an invincible emperor without any resources or help in ice hell. Haha, I expected Sibo Wa to become a universe knight before, and I was right all the time. If it could have stayed in the clan and had been provided with the proper resources, he could become a universe knight long ago. The seemingly ordinary sky wolf was walking around. "Teacher, did you decide to come out?" A 10-kilometer-long sky wolf appeared and shrunk to 2 meters. The emperor-level sky wolf was another student of the universe knight, and it was the owner of the planet. "I still have some things to deal with," the blue sky wolf howled and vanished. "I'll come back in a few days." "Yes, teacher." Deep inside the territory of the demon race floated a palace among the stars. It was surrounded by blazing fires of rainbow color. Each ball of flame was as large as a star. The scene could not be seen unless one was within close proximity of the palace's location. Apparently, the space and time around the palace were both twisted and independent of the outside universe. The palace had the shape of a ball of flame, and it was silent inside. On the enormous square in front of the palace appeared a blurry figure, which condensed into a 10-kilometer-long blue sky wolf. "Leader," the universe knight groveled on the ground and greeted. The eye-shaped sculpture on the palace blinked, and a rumbling voice came out. "What's the matter?" "Leader," the sky wolf said with veneration, "I just received news of my student, one who became my student when I was first made a universe knight. I valued it the most until it disappeared a short while after becoming my student. His name is Sibo Wa." The rumbling voice continued, "I know of him. His name was on the list of Turning back time rescue, I tried to do that and save it, but I failed. I thought it was mentally controlled by some other powerful ones. Although Sibo had not been as powerful when it went missing as it was now. It had been qualified to be resurrected due to its potential. Unfortunately, it couldn't be successfully revived and was thus forgotten. I received its message. The Sky Wolf said it was an ice hell of the Black Flower secret region, and it has been detained there for an eternity. Ice hell of the Purple Night and Blue Night. Yes, leader, the Sky Wolf continued, it became an invincible emperor. Without any resources or instructions. An invincible emperor, the sound was mixed with surprise. I wouldn't dare lie, the Sky Wolf answered, leader, I want to go and rescue my student. However, I'm not sure whether I'm powerful enough to do that with the Purple Night and the Blue Night guarding Ice Hell, especially with the Purple Night present, who was one of the deified generals of ancestral god school. That's why I want to ask Skyflower Knight to help, but I'm afraid that he won't be willing to do so. Hence, I came here to notify you first. Skyflower Knight was the second most powerful creature of the Skywolf clan. Although he was only a limit universe knight, he was as powerful as an ordinary universe master. He was definitely an overlord of the universe, and the most powerful one was the master of Skywolf, who was the owner of this palace. If Skyflower is willing to show up, together with the deterrence of our race, the two knights in Ice Hell won't dare reject us, the Skywolf said. Skyflower is in a dangerous place, and I can't reach him, spoke the rumbling sound. Even I have no idea when he will come back to the original universe. Now that it is an invincible emperor, I'll go myself. Leader, you'll go by yourself, the Sky Wolf said with gratefulness. Sibo will be filled with honor and gratitude if it knows I haven't seen the Purple Night for a long time. All of a sudden, the balls of flames flew toward the palace, shrinking to small tongues of flames that merged into sculptures of flames within the palace, making the aura in the palace all the more vigorous. This is one of the invaluable, the Sky Wolf said as he admired what he had just seen. This palace was one of the invaluable possessed by the Skywolf clan. The Master of Skywolf had obtained it when the universe first came into being. I'll go now. The entire palace vanished. Only the blue Skywolf was still floating among the stars, and he couldn't have been more joyful. Sibo, he said, will be safely brought back. Inside the Ice Hell star band of the Black Flower secret region, a towering palace surrounded by flames appeared out of nowhere, and the second it appeared, it became the core of the entirety Ice Hell, exerting an aggressive and mighty force on it all. The Undying playing in the Ice Hell star band instantly began shivering out of fright. What is the point of scaring them as Master of Skywolf? A trace of purple light and then blue light flew to the floating palace. They ought to grovel upon my arrival. The rumbling sound came out of the palace, and a figure covered with fire walked out. The figure looked like the manifestation of law of the universe. Tons of flames surrounded him, and the dark Sky Wolf was walking at a slow pace. The space and time around him were in his control completely, and he was the owner of the entire Ice Hell star band. Even the Blue Night and the Purple Night had to revere him. He was the greatest being of the Skywolf clan, Master of Skywolf. There is a Sky Wolf detained in Ice Hell. His voice was rumbling, trembling. The entire domain let it out. The Purple Night and the Blue Night gave each other a look. There was an immense number of demon race creatures, and they hadn't expected that Master of Sky Wolf would show up for merely an undying. Please wait a minute, Master of Sky Wolf, the Blue Knight said and waved his hand. A cylindrical icicle appeared on his palm since Master of Sky Wolf arrived. He needed to carry his treasure. To greet him, Ice Hell was one of the ceiling treasures, which was scarce and precious together with the Blue Knight's talents. Its tremendous power could be fully utilized. The Blue Knight's mind entered the Ice Hell and locked onto the Sky Wolf, kicking it out easily. Get out. The white Sky Wolf didn't stand straight until rolling among the stars after. Looking around, exhilaration filled its eyes when it saw the purple and blue figures, and the palace engulfed in fire where stood the forceful black Sky Wolf. It recalled the legend of the Sky Wolf clan. It couldn't believe its eyes. Leader Sibowa groveled with a thrill. The legendary leader of Sky Wolf clan, the eternal leader. Purple Knight, how powerful is the Sky Wolf? The black Sky Wolf looked at the Purple Knight from afar. Although the Purple Knight and Master of Sky Wolf bore some grudges against each other, the knight had to suppress his hostility. Master of Sky Wolf wasn't he just any universe master with invaluable treasures? Master of Sky Wolf, said the Purple Knight, this one is particularly talented, and it is ranked among the top 5 in Ice Hell. If it were equipped with some suitable treasures, it would rival other invincible emperors. Then why did you detain it, knowing its potential? Master of Sky Wolf kept grumbling. It's my Ice Hell that detained it, the Blue Knight said, clearly irritated. Master of Sky Wolf looked to the Blue Knight. Rumble. An invisible force assailed the Blue Knight, whose body bounced away and cracked, after which the pieces were assembled. Who allowed you to speak? The voice was muddled with anger. Coldness flashed through his eyes, which terrified the Purple Knight. Master of Sky Wolf, the Purple Knight screamed. Relax, because of you, I won. Actually hurt him. Master of Sky Wolf calmed himself down. It was just a small punishment. The Blue Knight flew back to the Purple Knight. He was filled with exasperation, but all he could do was to suppress it. The Purple Knight smiled and said, Master of Sky Wolf, I've already let your people go. If you want to catch up with me, you can come with me to the Ice Hell Star Band, and I can invite some friends. I'll pass. Master of Sky Wolf glimpsed at the Purple Knight and looked down to Sibowa. Sibowa said, Leader, there's a human in Ice Hell, and he has the Beast God token. It didn't dare to tell him that it was the one who had given the human the token, as it was afraid to enrage this supreme being that it had only heard of before. Beast God token. Master of Sky Wolf looked to the Purple Knight. Let the human out, and I'll take him with me, Master of Sky Wolf said. It was an excellent deal to get the token with a word, as the tokens were limited resources to erase. Human. The Purple Knight and the Blue Knight exchanged eye contact and realized they were in trouble. The Purple Knight shook his head. There was no human. Don't you dare tell me there's not, the voice blasted, trembling its surroundings. The space was twisted like waves. Of course, you know that. There's a human inside. No, there's not, the Purple Knight said and kept shaking his head. The two knights didn't have the guts to hand in the human. They had already contacted Mountain Sitting Guest and confirmed that the human was a student highly valued by him. Everyone knew how mighty Mountain Sitting Guest was. Even Master of Sky Wolf was nothing compared to him. They might manage to survive if they wronged Master of Sky Wolf. However, even the ancestral god school couldn't protect them if they wronged Mountain Sitting Guest. There's no human, agreed the Blue Knight, shaking his head, too, the little one must have misremembered it. There was a human before, but he died a long time ago. Master of Sky Wolf looked at the Purple Knight and the Blue Knight in shock. He could not believe they were unwilling to give him the human seed. Bo-wa, standing to the side, was also looking at its leader and waiting for his hint. If he was to give up, it would say the similar thing as the two knights. Otherwise, it would tell a different story. Interesting, Master of Sky Wolf said. Who is this human? He doesn't sound like a nobody. Master of Sky Wolf stood in front of the towering palace and overlooked the knights. Did a supreme being of the human race make a pact with you both so that you two would rather defy me if it's something good to humans? I'll surely sabotage it. Give me the human. Master of Sky Wolf glared at them, or I'll get him myself. Leader, they were lying. I just saw the human. Bo-wa shouted. Did you hear me? Master of Sky Wolf looked down at the knights. Master of Sky Wolf, the Purple Knight said with fury, are you going to fight us because of a human? I'll suggest you back off, the Blue Knight said. They were already secretly notifying mountain-sitting guest, who had unbelievable skills, to share the news. However, mountain-sitting guest only responded, give him the human and metal. Don't tell him my relationship with this human. Give me the human, demanded Master of Sky Wolf, no matter who's behind him. I won't be afraid even if he's the founder of Gigantic Axe. The Purple Knight and the Blue Knight gave each other a look. They were pondering why mountain-sitting guest would tell them to stand aside and not expose the relationship. Master of Sky Wolf would certainly go away if he heard the name mountain-sitting guest, but what was the point of this if mountain-sitting guest said so? Okay, the Purple Knight nodded. We'll let him go. Deep in the snow of Eastern Ice Hell, Luo Feng sat in the living room and waiting for the Primal Chaos City leader. Rumble. He suddenly felt the entire ceiling force squeezing him. Space cracked at the front. He was squeezed out, without even putting up a fight. Luo Feng opened his wings and floated among the stars. It must be my teacher, Luo Feng thought. But he was startled by what he saw. The Purple Knight and the Blue Knight were standing afar, and on the other side floated a gigantic palace surrounded by flames. The power that emanated from it was colossal and surpassed that of the sky-swallowing palace, which Luo Feng had seen before. The owner, a black sky wolf, petrified Luo Feng, and next to him stood a subservient white sky wolf. It's the Sky Wolf of Ice Hell, Luo Feng thought to himself. Human, Bo-wa said, looking down at Luo Feng smugly. The token was only kept by you temporarily, and now, the token and your life will both be gone. Master of Sky Wolf looked down at Luo Feng. You seem to have a strong background, the master said. Unfortunately, you're dying today and will not be resurrected. Where is my teacher? He should be arrived a long time ago. Dying, Master of Sky Wolf said nonchalantly. All forms of sound went off and spread to all the creatures detained in ice. Hell. Luo Feng and Bo-wa heard it, too, and so did the two knights and Master of Sky Wolf. Among the Ice Hell Star Band, a blurry river of sky that was several light years long appeared and covered the entire star band. It looked infinitely long, as if it were opening an entrance to another universe. On the river floated various kinds of treasures, each of whose force permeated the space. It's Thousand Treasure River, cried the Purple Knight, dazed. Thousand Treasure River, the Blue Knight said, and looked to Master of Sky Wolf, gloating. Master of Sky Wolf was bewildered. He roared, standing in front of the palace. With his hoofs, Primal Chaos City Leader, why don't you show yourself, since you're here? The fire around him soared with spread everywhere, but it was extinguished by the force from the river. The palace started to oscillate as if it would topple at any minute. The weak Undying, together with Luo Feng and Sibo Hua, were stunned after seeing this. The Thousand Treasure River was only a reflection of a river that cast a shadow on the stars, which was why it looked blurry. However, Sky Wolf Palace could only barely resist its mighty power. That is the first time I have ever seen Thousand Treasure River. The Blue Knight sighed. It is indeed forceful and unstoppable. According to the legend, Thousand Treasure River is made up of 1,000 invaluable treasures, and if it was dismantled, it would become 1,000 individual invaluable treasures. Dismantle? Who could do that? Said the Purple Knight. The birth of this river is for the treasures, to strengthen each other. Each of the treasure has its flaws, and is only as powerful as an ordinary top-tier treasure. Only assembling them into the Thousand Treasure River can make the invulnerable treasure that roams the universe. You have never seen how the Primal Chaos City Leader slaughters other creatures. This is only in body of him. His original body is more powerful than this. I've heard of it before, the Blue Knight said as he nodded. Primal Chaos City Leader. One of the bodies sits in the primal universe and the other in the original one, taking charge of the virtual universe company, and the strongest original is meant for killing. Luo Feng couldn't he hear the conversation between the Blue Knight and the Purple Knight. How powerful my teacher is, muttered Luo Feng, and this is only one of his Bodhis. Luo Feng looked at the boundless projection of the river and Master of Sky Wolf, who was struggling to control Sky Wolf Palace inside the project. Luo Feng admired his teacher even more. Teacher Mountain, sitting guest, thinks that I can become a universe master and utilize Star Tower in the future, even surpass the Primal Chaos City Leader in the future, thought Luo Feng, filled with aspiration. The Primal Chaos City Leader could annihilate everything within several square light years with a snap of his fingers. A gigantic figure that was 10,000 kilometers tall walked on the waves of the river toward him with a huge stone stick. Master of Sky Wolf, said the figure, it is outrageous for you to kill my human student. What is that? Gasped Luo Feng. He was thrilled. This was the first time he had seen the other body of his teacher. It was 6,000 miles tall and silvery white. There were 1,000 antennas on its head, and the eyes looked tranquil. He walked on the waves barefoot and held a rugged stick. Only a seemingly ordinary shirt was covering the body, whereas the sound of the treasures on the shirt echoed each thread of the shirt. Looked like a running river. Is this a special life? Luo Feng knew that it was a special life, as there were no clans in the human race that looked like this. What's more, it was 6,000 miles tall. If it wasn't originally this tall, enlarging one's size would only make it weaker. This is the Primal Chaos City Leader. Sibo Hua was dazed and had to reluctantly admit that the Primal Chaos City Leader was indeed more forceful than the leader of its clan. Sibo Hua glanced at Luo Feng. He is able to bring the Primal Chaos City Leader here. When the Primal Chaos City Leader walked toward everyone with the rugged stick in his hand and 1,000 treasure shirt on his body, Master of Sky Wolf did look comparatively inferior. Primal Chaos City Leader, you think so highly of this human that you come here by yourself, Master of Sky Wolf said. Didn't you come for this little one here? The Primal Chaos City Leader asked, looking at the tiny white Sky Wolf. There was no comparison between their sizes, but they were at least equally forceful. As for the Blue Knight and the Purple Knight, they became the insignificant parts of the conversation and were overlooked by both the primal Chaos City leader and the master. As for Luo Feng and Sibo Hua, they were less than negligible. I didn't come here with a purpose. Master of Sky Wolf suddenly looked to Luo Feng. You, on the other hand, gave this human an invaluable treasure. Luo Feng was startled. An invaluable treasure? He possesses an invaluable treasure. Sibo Hua was stupefied and looked to Luo Feng. What the Purple Knight and the Blue Knight said, also looking toward Luo Feng in shock. This was new information for them. Let me check, Master of Sky Wolf said in a hoarse voice. Blade River Emperor. Interesting. I can't believe a sector lord is able to disguise himself as an undying with the invaluable treasure and garner such a reputation. This student you have is nothing like the fallen. Could let us see which invaluable treasure he possesses. According to the information, Blade River Emperor is incredibly rapid, so I assume this wing is his invaluable treasure. Am I right, Primal Chaos City leader? The Purple Knight, the Blue Knight, and Sibo Hua were all dumbfounded. Sector Lord? He was only a Sector Lord. He can escape from Silver Eye as merely a Sector Lord. Sibo Hua was bewildered. It must be the invaluable treasure which makes him so powerful. Impressive, indeed, said the Purple Knight. He can be this mighty as only a Sector Lord and earn such fame, said the Blue Knight. No wonder Mountain Sitting Guest values him this much. The Purple Knight and the Blue Knight sighed. They would also definitely aspire to get the invaluable treasure if they had known Luo Feng had one, but they wouldn't have actually had the guts to take it by force. Luo Feng was in shock. He looked at Master of Sky Wolf and thought, Teacher, Mountain Sitting Guest is right. I do have 3 invaluable treasures, the Tower Pearl, Star Map, and Shawu Wing, respectively. However, I've never shown them in front of the Master, and the powerful creatures shouldn't be able to recognize them unless I wield their powers. Does he suspect it simply because I'm so fast? This Master of Sky Wolf is perceptive. Indeed, the invaluable treasure can only trick the knights. Luo Feng recalled how Pu Ti and Teacher Mountain Sitting Guest were able to see his real identity as a Sector Lord. The invaluable treasure wasn't as effective at concealing the aura. The Primal Chaos City leader said, an ordinary invaluable treasure is nothing, and of course I'll give it to the juniors of my race who have great potential. This is how the supreme beings are made. Do you know why we of the human race have less undying than the demon race, yet we have more supreme undying? It is because we're willing to give while you are not. Will you, as Master of Sky Wolf, be willing to give this little one an invaluable treasure? Sibo Hua was thrilled. An invaluable treasure? Could it really get an invaluable treasure? It couldn't. He helped glancing at the Master, but then it looked down instantly. The invaluable treasure could only be rewarded by the Master, and Sibo Hua could never ask for it directly. Everyone knows you humans prospered because of the virtual universe, Master of Sky Wolf roared, and it's not your business to tell me how to train my descendants. I'm done talking to you now, he finished, and brought Sibo Hua into the palace. The Primal Chaos City leader burst into laughter, which permeated the Thousand Treasure River and made the Sky Wolf Palace tremble. Master of Sky Wolf growled and flew away, entering the dark universe after hitting light speed. Apparently, within the power range of the river, Master of Sky Wolf couldn't teleport himself even with the palace This sky wolf is still so reckless. The primal chaos city leader shook his head and looked to the two knights. Thank you for taking care of my student. For the past 2,000 years, he said. Then he vanished together with Luo Feng and the river. Thank us, the Blue Knight said, a bit dazed. I heard that the primal chaos city leader was belligerent, but now he thanks us. Why is he so good tempered? Good-tempered, the Purple Knight sneered. You only say that because you've never seen how the primal chaos city leader slaughtered before the master dared to speak only because he was innately reckless. But did you realize he fled after only saying a few words among the 5 forces of the human race? The Virtual Universe Company is as powerful as the Battle Axe Coliseum. Do you really think the primal chaos city leader can control the entire virtual universe by being good-tempered? How can his original be famous for slaughtering if he is good-tempered? The Blue Knight blinked. Be careful, the Purple Knight said. The most powerful of the 6 peak races. We're all ruthless, and they can destroy us in the blink of an eye if necessary. I get it, the Blue Knight nodded. Inside the primal secret region, after 1 god country transport and 1,000,000 light-year teleportation, the primal chaos city leader arrived at one of the many secret regions of the human race, the primal secret region. The primal chaos city leader jumped up with the 1,000 treasure shirt and turned into a boundless river surrounding the stars and the palaces. The river, Luo Feng said. He looked at the stars and couldn't see the end of the river. The 1,000 treasure river can transform into everything, and this river is its original look. The primal chaos city leader pointed at it. Luo Feng, the reason that I could intimidate the master is this river, and an invaluable treasure like this is the cornerstone of our race. You are a man with luck. Perhaps you will be able to get an invaluable treasure like this in the future. I'll try my best, Luo Feng answered. The primal chaos city leader smiled and said, then I'll wait and see. 1,000 treasure river was a top-tier invaluable treasure, and even most of the masters of the universe couldn't obtain treasures like this. The primal chaos city leader was just saying this to encourage Luo Feng instead of actually expecting him to get a top-tier invaluable treasure. Perhaps you don't know, teacher, but I've already had 2 invaluable treasures, thought Luo Feng, one of which being force armor, and its 1,000 treasure river equal. As for Star Tower, it's one of the most powerful and valuable treasures in the entire universe. The primal chaos city leader shrunk to the size of Luo Feng from a planet-sized giant. Luo Feng, there's something I need to ask you, the primal chaos city leader said, but the choice is yours. Please, teacher, Luo Feng answered. Beside the river and the palaces, they started to talk. True Yan Emperor is also your teacher, and that's why I need to tell you more about him, the primal chaos city leader said gradually and calmly. As a matter of fact, True Yan Emperor is also practicing on the path of Beast God. What? Luo Feng was dazed. There are a few powerful ones on that path, but they all kept it as a secret. The primal chaos city leader explained. The most talented ones of your generation, like you and 7-Blade Emperor, are all following the path of Beast God. However, Beast Gods belong to Ancestral God School, whose existence is a top secret in the universe, and thus people who train themselves following the path of Beast all keep in as a secret, and so do you. Luo Feng nodded. Only a small number of people knew that Luo Feng was following the path of Beast God. I told you this, because your teacher, True Yen Emperor, is following the branch of soil and space, the primal chaos city leader said. Soil and space, Luo Feng said with shock. The beast god inheritance token he just obtained was of soil and space. You're a smart person, and you must have guessed what I mean. The primal chaos city leader looked at the boundless thousand treasure river and said, Seven-Blade Emperor got a token from our race before given your potential. You'll also get one when you officially become an Undying. On the contrary, he continued, your teacher True Yen Emperor is not as talented as you. He only became an invincible emperor by training for an extraordinarily long time and getting instructions from other powerful ones. Within our race, it's impossible for him to get a token from the race he filed an application before, but the race has never granted him any approval. And thus, he can only earn the token himself. However, the tokens are some of the scarcest resources in the universe, and one can only find them by luck. With which a sector lord can obtain one by accident, but without luck, a universe knight can't find one even if he were to comb every inch of the universe. The primal chaos city leader looked at Luo Feng. The resources in our race belong to all the humans. Although there are countless treasures, they must be granted to the most talented, and it must be subject to all the seniors' discretion. But now, there's a way to help your teacher. I bet you already understand what I mean. The primal chaos city leader continued, you can give the token to your teacher directly. Your teacher is going to the land of inheritance now, and it's a huge opportunity for him, as he might become a universe knight. He might also fail, since he is far less talented than you or Seven-Blade Emperor. You two are almost his rivals by such a short time of training. I'm willing to give it to my teacher, Luo Feng answered without any hesitation. He had to pay True Yen Emperor back. I'll get the token anyway when I become an Undying, he thought. All I need to do is wait. Once my third body comes into being, I'll become an Undying. However, my teacher has already waited for an eternity, a small time of waiting in exchange for a huge opportunity for my teacher is totally worth it. You've made up your mind already, no regrets. The primal chaos city leader looked to Luo Feng. No, I won't regret it, Luo Feng said, nodding sternly. Great, the primal chaos city leader nodded. Now, you'll give the token to your teacher. However, you don't necessarily have to wait to become an Undying. To go to the land of inheritance, I'll file an application for you. Normally, you'll be granted one after entering the Undying level, but I believe Master of Sky Wolf will make the news of Blade River Emperor public. Master of Sky Wolf Luo Feng was dazed. Yes, said the primal chaos city leader, Blade River Emperor is a sector lord. He will definitely let everyone know, and will polish the story once it's made known. Lots of the peak races will have their eyes on you and try to assassinate you. The primal chaos city leader sighed. The human race will know, too. Your identity as Blade River Emperor is only known to few, but it will change soon, he continued. I'll use it as an excuse to file an application for the inheritance token for you. Since you're already as powerful as Seven-Blade Emperor, you're already qualified to enter the land of inheritance. The primal chaos city leader smiled. Although that's a place of danger, it only comes from the competition within our race, as nobody from the other races will dare to assassinate you in the sacred land of ancestral god school. That's why I think the token will be granted. However, I can't be 100% sure. After all, they're the resources of the entire human race, and all I'm In charge of is the virtual universe company. The seniors might veto it, since only the undying were able to enter it. Before I'll say you're more likely to succeed than to fail. Thank you, teacher, Luo Feng said. He truly appreciated the help. There would still be grudges between siblings, hence, normally, there were hidden competitions between the 5 powers of the human race. It would be conceivably difficult, as the resources didn't only belong to the primal chaos. City leader. The more powerful and famous you are, the easier it is for me to apply for the resources, the primal chaos city leader said with a smile. He was content. Looking at Luo Feng, although he already knew Luo Feng's personality by experience, he was joyful when he saw Luo Feng's willingness to give the token to True Yan Emperor without any doubts. Apparently, Luo Feng knew how to show gratitude. Blade River Emperor was only a sector lord. The news was like a thunder and shocked all the powerful creatures. It spread like wildfire, and lots of the powerful ones of the human race knew about it. Within the day, people everywhere in the Hong Alliance City were talking about it. Blade River Emperor is a sector lord. He was able to kill a peak emperor, and now, people are saying he is only a sector lord. How is it possible for a sector lord to be so mighty? It's outrageous. It must be fake. It's real. Both the demon race and the automation race have already found out about it, and they've already offered bounties for killing this Blade River Emperor. If he is indeed a sector lord, why were so many powerful ones unable to distinguish him? The auras between a sector lord and an undying are totally different. They said Blade River Emperor obtained an invaluable treasure, which conceals his true identity. Invaluable treasure. Blade River Emperor has an invaluable treasure that can even set universe knights crazy. It was madness, the news that Blade River Emperor is a sector lord and that Blade River Emperor had an invaluable treasure made a plethora of powerful ones jealous. One could tell how tempting an invaluable treasure was by the sound and fury Sealing Star resulted in. If Blade River Emperor is a sector lord, who is he exactly? He is even more unimaginable than the legendary Kudi. Perhaps it's Luo Feng, as he is the most powerful sector lord of the human race and has already passed the sector lord level Sky Mountain. I don't think it's Luo Feng. Instead, it might be a super talent who has been undercover all the time, and this talent is even stronger than both Kudi and Luo Feng, and that's why they've kept it as a secret and given him an invaluable treasure to conceal it. Where did all the talents come from? Luo Feng is already the genius of our time. Maybe this Blade River Emperor is one of the most talented of the human race, and is even mightier than Kudi and Luo Feng. I still think it's Luo Feng. It's impossible for such a genius to stay anonymous. Within the boundless universe and hundreds of millions of races, most of the creatures had heard the news of Blade River Emperor. They also knew that Blade River Emperor belonged to the human race, but they couldn't be sure who he really was. Lots of people thought it was Luo Feng because, based on all they knew, only Luo Feng had such potential. Dad, are you the Blade River Emperor? Some of the super families within our Ganwu universe also talk about this Blade River Emperor during businesses. I've heard of some of the news, and guessed it was you. In the 9-star bay of Black Dragon Island, Luo Feng was having meals with his family. I also heard of it, Su Xian said. Don't interrogate me, Luo Feng said. Luo Ping and Luo Hai smiled because their father would be denied it if it weren't true. Dad, you're awesome, Luo Hai said, opening his eyes wide. Remember not to tell anyone, Luo Feng said as he glanced at his sons. We know, said Luo Ping. We know how serious it is, Luo Hai answered with excitement. Although Blade River Emperor was yet to become the most powerful one in the universe, he had already garnered widespread fame, and his name would be in history forever. Wasn't he that what they wanted, fame? This is only the beginning of my rise, thought Luo Feng. I'll only become stronger since I'm on the edge now, and the demon race you'll lose in the end. Inside, the ancient Chaos City was peaceful as always. 3 purple messengers were walking on the street and reached True Yan Emperor's house. It's the purple messengers of the primal Chaos City leader. The purple messengers are here. The most frequently seen messengers normally wore black. Some of the students in True Yan Emperor's house were startled, as they rarely seen the arrival of purple messengers. They knew something significant had happened. Go, tell the teacher. After only a short while, True Yan Emperor came out and greeted them himself. He was also baffled. 3 purple messengers are here, he said. 1 black messenger is enough. Normally, what's the point of sending 3 purple messengers here? Congratulations, True Yan Emperor, the tallest messenger laughed. Congratulations. The other 2 purple knights laughed along. Why do you congratulate me? Come, sit inside. True Yan Emperor led the 3 messengers into the hall, and several students served some wine and fruits. They left after duty, as they knew they were not supposed to meddle with some major issues. That left only the 3 messengers and True Yan Emperor in the hall. It's such great news, the tall messenger beamed and brought out a metal box. What is so mysterious? True Yan Emperor took and opened it. There was a hexagonal stone tablet inside, on which was sculpted a roaring beast god. True Yan Emperor was dazed, and his hand started to tremble. He picked up the stone tablet, and his eyes turned red. He caressed this tablet as if he were worried that it was a phantom. His voice faltered as he said, Beast God. Inheritance token. It's the Beast God inheritance token. For such a long time, practically forever, I've always wanted it. True Yan Emperor's body trembled. Now, I've finally got the chance. Finally. He was stuck at the last step for what felt like an infinite amount of time. Although the token could help him greatly, it was almost impossible to get. 1. The tokens were extremely rare in the universe, as they represented the most special inheritance of ancestral god school. Perhaps there were only a few of each type of the tokens within the human race, and the race needed to prepare for the potential peerless talents in the future. The tokens would only be granted under few circumstances. He couldn't make the final breakthrough if he didn't get the token. It was indeed only one step, but it was like a chasm separating countless emperors from universe knights. Thank you, Primal Chaos City leader. True Yan Emperor kneeled with excitement. Thank you, seniors. I'll strive to become a universe knight and live up to the expectations. Please, get up. The tall messenger helped True Yan Emperor to his feet. The race rewarded with a token. True Yan Emperor was thrilled. It's not from the race, it's from your student, Luo Feng. Luo Feng. True Yan Emperor was stupefied. Yes, your student Luo Feng, the tall messenger continued. I was serving the Primal Chaos City leader in the Primal Secret region. The Primal Chaos City leader asked us to come here directly and give this to you. As for Luo Feng, he is still with the Primal Chaos City leader in the Primal Secret region. How did he get the token? True Yan Emperor suddenly had complicated feelings. My student was also following the path of Beast God, and he could certainly trade this token for another. Why did he give this to me? No matter how close the relationship between the teacher and the student, the powerful ones would do everything in their power to improve themselves, giving the insignificant ones to their teachers could be regarded as gratitude. True Yan Emperor, you have a great student. We won't stay for long, as we need to go back and report. The tall messenger said, we'll escort ourselves out. The three messengers left. True Yan Emperor was both exhilarated and anxious, even though he had desired the token for so long. He felt like it was too much. True Yan Emperor connected to the virtual universe and sent 10 emails to Luo Feng before coming to Luo Feng's manor in Yuxiang Mountain. Luo Feng, True Yan Emperor shouted, which baffled all the servants and the guards. Teacher Luo Feng soon got out of the hall. Come with me. True Yan Emperor grabbed Luo Feng and entered the hall. True Yan Emperor couldn't he wait to yell, where did you get the token? Did you get it from our race? Don't you know how important it is to you? You're following the path of Beast God yourself. How could you just give it up and hand it in to your teacher? I'll be restless knowing you've traded your future for mine, and you know if I can't be tranquil, I might fail even if I enter the land of inheritance. Please relax, teacher, Luo Feng said. I got it myself instead of getting it from my race. You got it yourself? True Yan Emperor was startled. It was not so easy to get one. Once other powerful ones found it, they would use their godly power to penetrate it and discern how important it was. Usually, they would just hand it in to their race. That was how most of the tokens were held by the races. It's true, I obtained it by myself, Luo Feng said. Just think about this. I gave this to you in the hands of the Primal Chaos City leader. If I actually got it from our race, the Primal Chaos City leader wouldn't allow me to do so. That makes sense. True Yan Emperor nodded his head. The Primal Chaos City leader won't let you be reckless. Just use it now, teacher, Luo Feng continued. It's not difficult for me to get a token from our race. You'll definitely be valued by our race based on your potential, and you're more than qualified to get the token. Even the Seven-Blade Emperor, who is less talented than you, could get one. True Yan Emperor nodded his head and frowned. However, you need to become an undying to get the token, and that's going to take a long time. Please don't worry about that, teacher, Luo Feng smiled. Did you forget that I'm Blade River Emperor? Teacher, I'm already powerful enough to get one. And the Primal Chaos City leader will file an application for me. He told me that it would succeed given his presence and my genius. True Yan Emperor sighed. The Primal Chaos City leader is the ruler of the virtual universe. Okay, he'll definitely succeed, Luo Feng. I benefited so much from you. It was a piece of cake, Luo Feng beamed. Deep in the primal secret region, the Thousand Treasure River surrounded the stars. Luo Feng was sitting on top of one of the palaces and looked at the river from afar. He thought back to what the Primal Chaos City leader had told him. Luo Feng, this is the date when we'll know whether you can get the token or not. If it fails, you'll have to wait until you become an undying. I hope it can succeed. I will succeed, said Luo Feng as he sat on the top of the palace with his legs crossed. Land of inheritance, the sacred place of ancestral god school. How exciting. Time passed. Luo Feng was growing anxious from waiting. However, he knew that The seniors from all the 5 powers of the human race were negotiating the decision: could they make an exception for Luo Feng, could Luo Feng succeed? After a long while, Luo Feng heard a peaceful voice. Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned around and saw the primal Chaos City leader holding the rugged stone stick. Luo Feng's heart missed a beat, as he knew the meeting had ended, and a decision had been made. Luo Feng stood up and greeted him. Teacher. The meeting is over, the primal Chaos City leader said. I can tell by the look on your face how concerned you are. Rest assured, because it's good news. The application was approved, and your identity as Blade River Emperor thrilled the masters of the universe of our race. They all think highly of you, and thus I don't need to put forth too much effort. Luo Feng was overjoyed. He didn't believe what the primal Chaos City leader said, and was certain his teacher had pulled lots of strings. Thank you, teacher, Luo Feng said. I won't fail you and the other masters of the universe. Just don't fail the human race. The primal Chaos City leader burst into laughter. The token will be sent to you in 2 days, and I've already told True Yan to come to the primal secret region to meet with you. You'll go to the land of inheritance together. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng was cheerful. The human race was efficient, and the token arrived after only 1 day. Beast God Inheritance Token. Luo Feng started to examine the hexagonal metal tablet in his hands. There was a single horned lizard sculpture on the tablet, which was the beast god of Blood River World. However, it was not as distinct as the one Luo Feng had gotten before, and it did not contain any law. How marvelous the metal is! I've never heard of it. Luo Feng caressed the tablet and penetrated it with his spiritual force. The information struck his mind. It was the same as the one before. They even had identical coordinates. True Yan Emperor took off from Primal Chaos City immediately after Luo Feng told him the news and arrived at the Primal Secret region on the same day. Inside the transportation center of the Primal Secret region, Luo Feng was dressed in black armor and True Yan Emperor in gold as they departed from their spaceship and landed on the boundless expanse of the Primal Secret region. Here, many transportation channels had been built for the purpose of godly kingdom transportation. Creatures here didn't need to fear the risk of discovery. Teacher, we're far from the land of inheritance, Luo Feng said. Do you have the coordinates of any nearby locations? The closest is 1 billion light-years away, True Yan Emperor said. That far? Luo Feng was startled. A distance of 1 billion light-years would take them a whole year to cross. One of my servants has some coordinates. Maybe we can cut down on the journey by half a year or so. Luo Feng waved his hands, and a barbarian creature, covered with scales, appeared. It had a purple membrane on its face, and its appearance drew the attention of many powerful warriors in the area. Murmurs went up among the crowd. It's True Yan Emperor. How is it possible that True Yan Emperor left Primal Chaos City? He actually left. Then who is the one with him, the man in the black armor? Could that be Blade River Emperor? Everyone says Blade River Emperor is Luo Feng, and we all know Luo Feng is a student of True Yan Emperor. This black armored man standing with True Yan Emperor, can you feel the force emanating from him? It could be Blade River Emperor, concealing his wings. None of these individuals made any efforts to lower their voices. They deliberately let Luo Feng hear them in order to observe his reaction. Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor looked at one another. They're quite astute, True Yan Emperor said, speaking to Luo Feng telepathically. Your reputation precedes you. It's not surprising that they've guessed it, replied Luo Feng. Others already have, and rumor has it that my invaluable treasure is the silver wing. Besides, there are only so many powerful individuals within the human race. And everyone knows each other. It's little wonder that an earthling whom they have never seen before, who suddenly shows up with you, of all people, is the subject of suspicion. You're in big trouble, True Yan Emperor teased. Luo Feng shrugged. It's not necessarily bad to be famous. He turned to his servant and said aloud, perform godly kingdom transportation. Yes, master, said the barbarian servant. It started the transportation process. Immediately a flash of aqua blue light surrounded Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor. In an instant, they saw a boundless world at the other end of the light. It was the godly kingdom of the barbarian race. Luo Feng, True Yan Emperor, and the servant all vanished. They soon arrived at a quiet place far away from the territory of humans, a star in a remote region of the universe. Disguising a ship as a star, said True Yan Emperor, your servant is very interesting. There are infinite stars in the universe, replied Luo Feng, the perfect disguise for any object. The teacher and the student flew out to the blinding surface of the star-like object. How fast can your ship go? True Yan Emperor asked. In the dark universe, 72 times of the speed of light, said Luo Feng. He sighed. I had one that was 10% faster, but it was taken away by a universe night. Ah, the Green Knight, said True Yan Emperor, with a nod. How reckless you were to tangle with him. They had spoken at length in the primal secret region, and True Yan Emperor had naturally asked Luo Feng how he had acquired the token. Luo Feng had briefed him without divulging certain important information about the events pertaining to his situation with the Blue Knight. I have a ship that's 90 times light speed, True Yan Emperor said. He smiled at the look on Luo Feng's face. Finally, I have something to be proud of. 90 times light speed. Luo Feng was shocked. True Yan Emperor waved his hands, and a streamlined, shuttle-shaped spaceship appeared in the sky. It shone with lustrous golden plating. Master, came an elderly male voice from the spaceship, you're finally using me. I haven't flown in the dark universe for years. This is a metal life form, True Yan Emperor explained. I haven't let him out since I first arrived at Primal Chaos City. Come on, let us get in. The door opened, and Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor entered the spaceship. As soon as they were aboard, the ship surged forward, and they entered the dark universe, increasing to light speed in an instant. The ship's speed kept increasing after entering the dark universe. 89 times, 90 times, 91 times. Oh, it can't go faster. The metal life form within the ship said joyfully. Suddenly, an image of a cute girl appeared on the control panel, and the ship's voice changed from that of an elderly male to a youthful, energetic female. Master is finally adventuring again. I have been so lonely. Luo Feng, in the middle of a sip of wine, promptly spat a mouthful all over the floor. Where she come from? True Yan Emperor glared at the control panel. Hey, weren't you an old man before? It's been hundreds of millions of years, squealed the metal life form. Is it really so surprising that I would transform? Luo Feng burst into laughter. Teacher, let us face it, who among us wouldn't change a little over hundreds of millions of years? True Yan Emperor shook his head. Interstellar travel was a boring affair. The scene outside the ship never changed, and life within the ship went on almost as unchanging. Initially, Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor exchanged some pleasantries, but after getting Drunk, they both went back to their cabins and started training at 90 times. Lightspeed, it would take 4 months to reach the land of inheritance. Inside the cabin, the body of the Mo Sha clan was present while the original Earthling body went back to the internal world and started to practice 9. Calamity Tome. Inside the internal world, on the boundless prairie, Luo Feng looked at the golden-horned beast from afar. "It's the third medal of 9 Calamity Tome," said Luo Feng, filled with delight. "It really is a lot." The first 2 medals he had gotten before only provided him with the tomes of the first, second, and 5th calamity, and he lacked the tomes for all the other calamities. However, the 3rd medal offered him the tomes of the 3rd and 4th. Thus, Luo Feng could practice 3 tomes consecutively. "The first calamity makes my genes 3 times stronger, and the second makes them 6 times, he said. The 3rd, 12 times. The 4th, 24 times. Luo Feng looked at the golden-horned beast from afar. During the past 2,000 years spent in Ice Hell, the golden-horned beast had already accomplished his goal. However, Luo Feng realized there was an issue. The golden-horned beast's genes were 10 times stronger than those of humans, and now, after finishing the first 5 calamities of the 9 Calamity Tome, the golden-horned beast was 480 times more powerful than humans. It was outrageous to even comprehend. Not even Docus or Silver Eye were more than 100 times stronger than humans. 480 times. Unbelievable. Luo Feng sighed. "That means, when I become an undying knight, I'll become 100,000 times stronger than a sector lord, while the beast can become 48 million times stronger." Many of the special life forms are not even that mighty. Special life forms generally had genes that possessed 100 times greater potential than those of humans, and even the weakest special life forms were 10 times stronger. A small number of special life forms were 500 times more superior. Only a rare number of them could be 1,000 or even several thousand times finer. The more superior they got, the rarer they were. There were quite a few Docus, whereas beast gods and mountain-sitting Ghast were one of a kind. "I figured out before that the more superior one's genes are, the less effective Blood River is," said Luo Feng. "The force of Blood River could make its right hoof 100 times stronger and its entire body 10 times stronger. However, it's not omnipotent. It can strengthen humans and golden-horned beasts, but can it enhance beast gods? It is, after all, the essence of the blood of beast gods." The function of the force was obvious when the genes were at a low level. However, to individuals like mountain-sitting Ghast, it might provide 0 benefit. The golden-horned beast had been practicing the 9 Calamity Tome for a long time, and it was already as powerful as a special life form. When the beast exercised the force again, the effect was significantly smaller. "The right hoof of the beast is still stronger," said Luo Feng, "but it's only twice as strong as the entire body." Luo Feng recalled that it had previously been 10 times mightier than its body. Clearly, the strength of the right hoof could not be improved further. Neither the 4th calamity nor the 5th couldn't improve its strength, as it had already reached its limit. Once the force is exercised, the constitution of the golden-horned beast's body will be 1,000 times stronger. Luo Feng mused. "That's rare even for special life forms. I suppose I should be content. I'll keep practicing. No wonder 9 Calamity Tome may only be born by the Sky Soul Crystal. Only one is qualified to practice it." Luo Feng became more and more powerful by practicing during the course of the journey, and the true power of the tome gradually showed. 4 months later, Luo Feng heard Tru Yan Emperor's voice calling, "Student! Student, come out, we're arriving at the land of inheritance." Luo Feng smiled eagerly, the land of inheritance. Inside the control room of the spaceship, Luo Feng and Tru Yan Emperor were looking at the outside through a virtual scene. One gale after another blew everything they touched, as if they were pythons playing among the stars. "This is the legendary ancestral god secret region," Tru Yan Emperor was amazed. The ancestral god secret region is one of the most dangerous secret regions in the universe, Luo Feng said with wonder. "It's the same size as a universe. Country, and dangerous areas are everywhere. Even universe knights can't manage to survive it." There were various levels and areas of the secret regions. Luo Feng and Tru Yan Emperor would certainly research the region, as they had known the coordinates. They were startled to find out that the land of inheritance was located in the ancestral god secret region as a top-tier secret region filled with hazards and ordinary dangers that could kill a universe knight in some extremely risky areas. Even masters of the universe needed to be careful. Its diameter was 160 million light-years, and it took 200 million years to travel in sub-light-year speed. One might need to start the adventure from the birth of the universe to pay the entire region even a cursory inspection. Besides, no one dared to do that. Mysterious, dangerous, off-limits, these were the words that best described the ancestral god secret region. One of the most common things in this secret region is Heichong whirlpool, said Tru Yan Emperor. Even a small whirlpool can severely injure a universe knight, and a large one can kill them for good. Look, those are the Heichong whirlpools ahead of us. There are more of them at the back, said Luo Feng. Tru Yan Emperor turned around and saw a whirlpool that was billions of kilometers long, running through the stars. If the whirlpools at the front were like pythons, and the one at the back was hundreds of millions of times mightier. Tru Yan Emperor was stupefied. This is the Heichong whirlpool at the periphery. Only the one at the outer right is so enormous. "We've arrived," Luo Feng said and nodded his head. The spaceship slowed down and stopped. Luo Feng and Tru Yan Emperor flew out. Among the stars were the Heichong whirlpools chasing each other. Luo Feng and Tru Yan Emperor stood amongst the stars and looked at each other. "Where is it?" Luo Feng said, frowning. "I can't see the land of inheritance." "Just wait," Tru Yan Emperor said. Suddenly, the space twisted and sucked them in like a series of swirls. "Teleportation," said Luo Feng. Luo Feng and Tru Yan Emperor thought of this, and everything became clear. They were still both standing in hollow space, but the scene afar was breathtaking. The colorful river was running, emanating a mystical power that was highly enticing. Luo Feng and Tru Yan Emperor both possessed strong wills and realized something was wrong. Quick enough, they heard a cold voice say. They turned around. An 8-meter-high rock undying stood in the hollow. He was dressed in a fiery armor and was green like an emerald. Luo Feng and Tru Yan Emperor realized he was of the Faith Song clan, one of the rock creatures. Luo Feng and Tru Yan Emperor were shocked, as they hadn't realized anything else was here. "It's a universe knight," Luo Feng thought. "Only a universe knight can teleport without letting us recognize it. Even I can't sense it," Tru Yan Emperor thought, surprised. "I'm the guide of Ancestral God School," the knight said. "Give me the token, humans, or you'll die with it." Luo Feng and Tru Yan Emperor both felt like they were trapped in a fire, and Luo Feng felt like a boat adrift, lost at sea. The guide of the school, he thought. There were gods, beast gods, deified generals, and prophets within the school. And prophets were the weakest, they were merely as powerful as the weakest. Universe Knights, however, this creature of Fate Song clan emanated a force that was irresistible. Teacher, is he a General Luo Feng asked mentally. It should be, True Yen Emperor answered. They took out the tokens anyway. The tokens are rare, the knight said with a smile, no wonder the human race is one of the top 6 races. Sending 2 people with tokens at one time is impressive, indeed, come with me. The knight was flying with Luo Feng and True Yen Emperor aside. Do you see that? The knight pointed to the dreamy and colorful river. They both nodded. Come and look at it closer. The knight teleported them to beside the river. This is Luo Feng held his breath. It was no river, on the contrary, it was composed of auroras of 5 different colors. He could still see the river shape from afar, whereas he could only feel its boundlessness standing beside it. Is this the 5-color Aurora Lake? True Yen Emperor asked, thrilled at the idea. You do know something, the knight complimented him. Yes, it is indeed the 5-color Aurora Lake. A lake. Luo Feng was bewildered and trying to look to the end of the river. Of course, it's a lake, the knight explained. You see it as a river only because you're standing on the same level of it. However, if you fly above and overlook it, you'll see a circular lake. This lake has a diameter of 10 light years and is almighty. One aurora can severely injure a universe knight, and it's constituted by countless rays of auroras. It's one of the most forceful, invaluable treasures in the universe. Both Luo Feng and True Yen Emperor were dazed. Even one aurora was this powerful. This lake is the guarding invaluable treasure of the ancestral god school. The knight continued. Who will dare to trespass with such an invaluable treasure around? One of the most powerful invaluable treasures, guarding invaluable treasure. True Yen Emperor sighed. No wonder the ancestral god school is the first power of the universe. Luo Feng recalled his star tower instead. There were countless auroras on the surface of the lake, and together, it served as the guarding treasure of the ancestral god school. The spiral of the star tower, which was made up of sealing stars, was also precious, and together with the heavenly pillar, the star tower was also one of the most forceful and valuable treasures in the universe, according to Mountain Sitting Guest. What an eye-opener for me to see the 5-color Aurora Lake, True Yen Emperor said. It's lucky enough for you even to take a look at an invaluable treasure of this level, the knight said, a bit proud. There's another invaluable treasure of this level, star tower, that's something that can't be moved by literally anyone, and lots of the powerful ones in the universe still don't know the tower's real power. Star Tower is also one of the most powerful and valuable treasures. True Yen Emperor was shocked. It seems you don't know everything. The knight shook his head. Star Tower is one of the easiest to see, but also the most mystical, invaluable treasures in the universe. Nobody's been able to figure out the mystery behind it, and nobody can take it away. It's been standing there forever. I'm done talking, and I'll take you to Bohemia Island now, said the knight. With that, he teleported. Luo Feng and True Yen Emperor felt a bit dizzy before getting to the edge of the lake. They were only a few hundred meters away from it. Each of the auroras was around 10,000 kilometers long, and its force made Luo Feng and True Yen Emperor shiver. Did you see that? The knight pointed to the deep of the lake. That's the Bohemia Island. What inside the lake? They looked in that direction. They could indeed see A blurry island, dim among the auroras. Come in. The knight flew directly inside. Go in. Even though the auroras are forceful, true Yan Emperor couldn't he help asking. Rest assured, this is one of the most powerful treasures in the universe, and it won't hurt anyone it recognizes. The knight said, you both have the tokens, and thus, you'll both be fine. True Yan Emperor looked at Luo Feng and said, student, I'll try first, and then he touched an aurora with his hands. The aurora encircled his arm like running water without attacking him. The knight didn't say anything after seeing this. He had seen how careful and distrustful those heirs were. Let us go, true Yan Emperor said. Yes, teacher, Luo Feng said, and followed him into the lake. They felt like they were marching in a real lake, and the auroras comforted their bodies. The island became larger and larger as they approached it. This is Bohemia Island, where your beast god heirs will reside on, the knight said just before they reached the island, and this is the margin of the lake. Bohemia Island, with a diameter of millions of kilometers, was far away from the auroras. Show. The knight, Luo Feng, and true Yan Emperor landed on the island like three beams of light. There are so many palaces, said Luo Feng, looking at the palaces on the ground and on the mountain. He could literally feel the force coming from all the palaces in every area. He frowned. There seemed to be lots of powerful ones living here. Look at that, the knight said, pointing to the sky. They both looked up. Huh, said Luo Feng. He saw halos enveloping the entire island. The halos kept swelling before they disappeared, and then a new halo came into being. Each halo surrounded another in concentric circles like the ripples on the water. They were spreading, born and vanished again and again. Each halo was made of threads of the law, the time law, space, gold, wood, water, fire, soil, wind, thunder, and light. Each law was mixed in each thread, which made the halos complete and perfect. Luo Feng was amazed as he realized the halos were actually manifesting the laws of the universe. You too, the knight shouted. Luo Feng and true Yan Emperor came back to reality. This is true Yan Emperor was rendered speechless. It's incredible. This is the periphery of the laws. The knight looked at the halos ardently. The ancestral god school is the first power of the universe and is responsible for maintaining the operation of the laws of the universe, and it's protected by the laws. Luo Feng was bewildered. Maintaining the operation of the laws of the universe. The secret region of our school has the most special creatures and treasures, the knight said with great confidence. The five-colored aurora lake was also rewarded by the laws of the universe. What we're doing is following the laws, and ancestral god school is defying the laws of the universe. How overbearing it is, Luo Feng murmured. You don't believe it, said the knight. You'll understand after living here for hundreds of millions of years. The knight glanced at Luo Feng and true Yan Emperor. Hundreds of millions of years. Luo Feng was baffled. Come with me, said the knight. The first thing to do is to build a dwelling place on the island. The knight walked quickly with Luo Feng and true Yan Emperor following him. One step was 1,000 kilometers, and they reached the destination in no time. They could see all forms of palaces and powerful ones of all races. While walking on the island, there were billions of races, and all of them were mystical with different shapes and characteristics. Luo Feng could recognize some of the special creatures. How many residents are there on the island? Luo Feng wondered. Other than the island owner, all of the others are the heirs, the knight said. My job is to lead you here, and I'll leave soon. There are a plethora of heirs, you can calculate yourselves, there have been only a few hundred human heirs since the birth of the universe, and when you take into account the entire universe, it's a fair universe, and the tokens were distributed everywhere. There are hundreds of millions of races in the universe, and adding all of them together makes tens of billions of heirs. Tens of billions of heirs. Luo Feng stared at the knight. There are really that many heirs? True Yan Emperor found it hard to believe. It's a vast universe, and humanity is only one of the many races, the knight explained. Only the ancestral gods know how many heirs there are. Of course, there are only 100 million living on the island. 100 million, Luo Feng pondered. What about the others? If an heir dies, the universe master will reverse the time to bring back rather the heir than the token. It's too costly to bring back a token, and even a universe master is reluctant to pay the price, the knight continued. Each of the heirs comes with a token, and the second you step in here, your life and the token are bound. The token will be shattered if you die, and it can never be reused. Many powerful heirs died. That's why there are only 100 million of them now, the knight finished explaining. They walked to the ground beside a river. The knight said, you two will build a palace here. Remember, each palace can be no longer or wider than 1 kilometer. Even those enormous demon races and sky beasts need to shrink to fit the designated space. There are no exceptions. Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor nodded. They didn't see any palace that was over 1 square kilometer. Also, you can leave some authenticating objects in the palace to make sure you can God country teleport yourselves here. The knight said. You'll visit the island very often unless you die. If you have soul servants, don't bring them out. They will be destroyed by the lake. Keep them in the palace, as it's your place. Don't ever bring them out. Of course, botanic or metal life forms are the exceptions. We get it. Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor followed the instructions carefully. Come with me, the knight said, and continued briefing them as he was the guide. After a short while, they arrived at the tallest mountain, where sat a towering palace that was 1,000 square kilometers. The owner of this island, unlike you heirs, is not restricted. The knight pointed at the towering palace and said, that's the palace of the owner. Let us go. They walked up the mountain. Look up, the knight said, pointing at the sky. They both followed the knight. What is it? Luo Feng saw something inconceivably spectacular. He could see a crack inside the lake, inside which a magnificent and extensive palace was located. There were 8 sub-palaces surrounding the glowing main palace. That is the core of the school, the knight said admiringly. That's the largest palace, which is the ancestral god palace, where the ancestral gods live. Although there are 3 ancestral gods, only one of them is sitting here. The 8 palaces around it are the beast god palace, where the beast gods reside, and there are around a dozen palaces around each beast god palace, which are the guarding beast god palaces. Outside the beast god palaces, continued the knight, are the locations of 72 lands, only 63 of which are in our view, of course, and the 72 generals are living there. Each of the general's land is as large as Bauhinia Island. There are 3,000 stars on the margin, and those are 3,000 starry worlds, on which live the prophets. All these constitute the core of the ancestral god school. The knight sighed. Other than these center places, there are lots of islands on the 5-color Aurora Lake, and there are many sub-members of the school. living there. Submembers, both Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor, looked at him in shock. Yes, they're candidates of the prophets and deified generals, and powerful. Heirs of the beast god. The knight couldn't help laughing. Humans, do you really think there's free food available in the universe? Remember, it's a fair universe, and our school is not a charity. We paid a huge price for the inheritance crystals of prophets and the land of inheritance of the generals. And the beast gods, you'll certainly have to pay for it. However, continued the knight, the school won't care much about the weak. That's why those who receive the inheritance of prophets and deified generals won't be required to work for the school unless they receive a complete inheritance. However, once one obtains the complete inheritance, like that of deified generals, the entire land of inheritance will crumble. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. He recalled that he had been told something similar in the Demon Note General's land of inheritance, that if anyone received a complete inheritance, the entire land would disintegrate. All the candidates of prophets and deified generals have received the complete inheritances, said the knight. As for those following the path of beast gods, the most powerful ones have reached an extremely supreme level and are close to the complete inheritances. Note this, the school needs to pay a higher price for beast god inheritance, and those who are on the way to triumph will also need to sacrifice more. These are the submembers. Then what about the guarding beast god palaces? Luo Feng couldn't help asking. Guarding beast gods are the ones who gain the complete beast god inheritance and have become masters of the universe. The knight explained. They didn't become actually beast gods either, because there were no vacancies, or they themselves didn't want to inherit the positions in the first place. After all, your power can be significantly improved after inheriting the position, but that's the end of it. Masters of the universe are the greatest and mightiest beings in the universe, no matter where they are. The knight continued. The ancestral god school will respect their will and make them guarding beast gods even if they don't want to inherit the positions. Both Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor nodded. There was no such thing as a free meal, and everything came at a price. The ancestral god school wouldn't give resources away without being paid back for those who had enough potential. The school didn't care for returns, whereas for those who could gain a complete inheritance, the school would demand something back. Rest assured, the knight smiled. The ancestral god school is arguably the freest power in the universe, and it has no intention of fighting for other territories. The dangers in the secret region are enough to intimidate other powers. Even if you become the sub-members of the school, you won't feel restricted. The knight shook his head. Of course, it all means nothing if you can't even become a sub-member in the first place, which is difficult to begin with. No matter which path you're following, prophet inheritance, general inheritance, or beast god inheritance, they're all highly demanding. Luo Feng listened carefully and nodded. None of the hundreds of thousands of creatures in the land of Demon Note deified general inheritance managed to get the complete inheritance. However, the land accepted 32 creatures for every 10,081 eras, and the creatures there only tried for 50 million eras, which was a blink of an eye compared to the history of the universe. The owner of Bauhinia Island is a guarding beast god. The knight looked at the towering palace. Guarding beast god Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor followed him. There were quite a few sculptures on that palace. Some were like lizards, some were like roaring apes, and some were like birds, although there were tens of thousands of sculptures, they could all be classified into 8 categories. Luo Feng understood them to be the images of the beast gods. In front of the palace of the island's owner was an enormous square, which was a section of a mountain. There were 3 flowing springs on the spectacular square, with their water coming seemingly from out of nowhere. However, the ground on the square was not wet at all. The knight, Luo Feng, and True Yan Emperor walked to the springs and looked at the door of the palace. "Get inside," the knight said. "My job is done here. I hope you can live longer on the island instead of falling, as you won't be able to come back. With another token, I bet few races will give you a token twice." "Thank you." Knight Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor appreciated the knight's instruction. The knight smiled and flew into the auroras like a beam of light. "Let us go." Student True Yan Emperor smiled. "Sure." Inside sat a human wearing a simple black cape. He had long blue hair and blue engravings. A dimming force was emanating from him, reserved yet terrifying. Luo Feng felt he must be at least a universe knight. A human Luo Feng was startled. "Is he the guarding beast god?" Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor exchanged a glance. The guarding beast god was a human. The man stood up, looked at them, and smiled. "I didn't expect to see humans here. How wonderful. You guys can stop guessing. I'm only a servant of the island owner instead of a guarding beast god. My job is to guard the palace and message the island owner." A servant. Both Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor missed a heartbeat. A soul slave of a universe knight level, and he was a human. Of course, thought Luo Feng, if I can enslave the barbarian races, then the barbarian races can enslave humans, too. Besides, guarding beast gods are masters of the universe. It's not surprising for them to have a universe knight-level slave. Luo Feng could only console himself in this manner. True Yan Emperor looked at the black-caped man and said, "We're the new heirs, and are here to greet the guarding beast god." The man smiled. "You just wait here. I've already passed the message to the guarding beast god, but he is currently busy. Please be patient." Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor gave each other a look. Let us just wait. They could only wait for the guarding beast god. After half a day of waiting, both Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor were tired out. Luo Feng asked, "When will the guarding beast god arrive?" "Be patient," the man said with another smile. "The issues the guarding beast god is dealing with are much more important, and you guys are not in a rush. According to the rules of the ancestral god school, it will take the ancestral god 10 years to show up if the guarding beast gods know they can't make it. In 10 years, other guarding beast gods will take over. 10 years. It ranges from an instant to 10 years, said the sitting man. The unluckiest guests I received in the past waited for 3 days shy of 10 years, so please sit down and be patient. Just wait. Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor sat down without knowing when they could meet the island owner. After 12 days, Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor sat on the courtyard of the palace with their eyes closed. Suddenly, they felt an almighty force surrounding the palace. They both opened their eyes instantly. "It's the guarding beast god." They both stood up, and the knight was already inside the main hall. They heard a high voice from the hall say, "Come in." They both went in, and Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor saw a figure on the throne. It was a special life form in dragon shape. It possessed wings and strange armor on its body, and looked down upon them. There were tongues of flames on the armor, which made Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor feel like they were being engulfed in fire, and the special creature was the controller of space. The dragon could kill them with a snap of its fingers. Guarding beast god, Luo Feng thought to himself, it should be following the path of fire, space. From now on, you're the heirs of Bauhinia Island, the guarding beast god said. First of all, I'll grant you access to the world of glory. Too many quantum computers appeared after it finished talking, and they flew to Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor. This is the receiver of the virtual world, said the guarding beast god. The world of glory is the virtual universe of the ancestral god school, and it's akin to humans' virtual universe, although it's much smaller. They have similar functions, you'll know when you land on it. Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor took the receivers. I'll also grant you the access to the land of inheritance, the land of treasures, and the land of the secret region, the guarding beast god said. Did you see the 3 water curtains outside? Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor nodded. Water curtains, wherein those springs. That's the portal, the guarding beast god continued. It's impossible for you to get in without my permission. The one on the left is the portal to the land of inheritance, the one in the middle is to the land of treasures, and the one on the right is to the land of the secret region. 3 water curtains are portals to 3 different places. The land of inheritance is where you accept the beast god inheritance, and you'll be tested how much you understand the laws. In the land of treasures are buried all the valuables left by the beast gods, guarding beast gods, and the powerful ones following the path of beast gods. There are a plethora of valuables there, and the seniors placed lots of barriers, restrictions, and requirements. Only if you satisfy the requirements of the seniors can you take treasures there. Not long ago, one of your humans gained a treasure. As for the land of the secret region, you can go there for adventures. The secret region of the ancestral god school is the most mysterious secret region in the universe, where reside the most special creatures and the most mystical riches. There are natural and crafted treasures alike. However, it's also the most menacing secret region, and the closer you get to the land of treasures, the more dangers there will be. Even universe knights can be killed, and even masters of the universe can be trapped. Prepare to die if you decide to adventure there. The land of inheritance, the land of treasures, and the land of the secret region, together with the world of glory, are the 4 places you need to be familiar with. Go build a palace first, and then go to the land of inheritance. The guarding beast god looked down on them. Go. Yes, island owner, they said. Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor saluted it before exiting. There were hundreds of millions of heirs on the Bauhinia Island. Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor went to the location the knight had given them and started to build a palace. Concentrate, Luo Feng said. He used force of world in his internal world to build a mansion. It was an enormous courtyard that resembled the Jiangnan Garden of ancient China. There were paths made of cobblestones, and all sorts of flowers were planted on the side. At the corner of the courtyard sat a pool of water. The water was the essence of a Jiangnan garden. There was a stone bridge above the water, and pavilions were placed around it. Besides, there were lots of individual bedrooms and living rooms, and in front of some of the rooms were pools where rock gardens could be seen. Although the entire garden was only 1 square kilometer, it was constructed in a mesmerizing way, which was exactly how Luo Feng remembered his hometown. Lots of the gardens had been destroyed during the Grand Nirvana, but some of the rich built the gardens during the Bay City era. Luo Feng had learned about it before, when he was a student, and he had an extraordinary memory. All he did was memorize the pictures on the history textbooks Luo Feng used. Lots of force of world techniques to solidify the garden. Luo Feng pointed to the mountain afar. Get out. Hong. Another private garden appeared afar where the undulating hills which merged as one with the rivers, gardens around them. Student, your True Yan Emperor was still building a huge palace while glimpsing at the residence Luo Feng built extraordinary. Teacher, you can't actually feel the secret of my hometown by using your godly power. Come inside. Luo Feng smiled and led True Yan Emperor inside. True Yan Emperor had adventured the universe long enough to see quite a lot. There were countless other forms of designs of architecture on the Bauhinia Island, and they were just as delicate as the one Luo Feng built. However, True Yan Emperor had never seen something like this. True Yan Emperor said with surprise, as walking on the stone bridge, "It's incredible. I feel like it's dozens of times larger than it actually is. There are different scenes of the same pool at different angles." Luo Feng smiled. A single step can shift the scene, and this is the mystery of it, and all the scenes are breathtaking in a unique way based on the visual guide. Can you make me one? True Yan Emperor asked him. How can I not? You've already asked me. Luo Feng made another garden of a slightly different type. The garden he had made for himself was more akin to those during the Ming and Qing dynasties, while the one for his teacher was of the Tang dynasty, which was more majestic. Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor went back to the square in front of the palace of the Bauhinia Island owner. Let us go. Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor entered the spring on the left. The moment they touched the spring, they disappeared. The scene changed completely, and before Luo Feng could get a clear sight of his surroundings, he felt a terrifying force. Hong. The force was stronger than anything in ice hell, and he felt like dozens of neutron stars on his body, together with lots of other souls. What is this? Luo Feng asked. He could finally see everything clearly, and it was hollow, surrounded by black mist around him. There was a huge aerolite floating in the hollow, and a purple armored powerful one with a wolf head was sitting on it. It belonged to one of the most populous branches of the human race, werewolf. The werewolf was surprised to see Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor. He laughed and said, "You must be Blade River Emperor and True Yan Emperor. I knew you two are coming." Greetings, Jiao Feng Knight. True Yan Emperor saluted him. Greetings, Jiao Feng Knight. Luo Feng bowed to him as well, but he was baffled. Just then, True Yan Emperor started to talk to him in his mind. Student, Jiao Feng Knight is one of the 7-star overlords of the human race, and he is an equal of the master of the Heaven Erosion Palace. Rumor has it that he received the complete inheritance of deified generals. Luo Feng was startled. Complete inheritance and equal of the master of the Heaven Erosion Palace. This is the land of inheritance of the ancestral god school, said Jiao Feng. Knight looked at the two of them with a smile. Naturally, there is a powerful force, which is to suppress the soul seals in the godly bodies. Creatures less powerful than Emperor-level Undying will die under the force, which is why only the Undying can be granted the tokens. After all, talents who can get the tokens are all at least as powerful as the Emperors. Can you see the black mist surrounding us? Jiao Feng Knight pointed around. Both Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor nodded. It was such a strange district. Neither godly power nor world power could detect anything, and it was surrounded by black mist. Get into the black mist and accept the inheritance, the knight said. You. 2. Separate. Yes, Luo Feng and Tru Yan Emperor answered respectfully. They flew away in different directions. The second Luo Feng flew into the black mist, he felt a force pressing his body, and even though Luo Feng had a stronger will than most of the universe knights, he couldn't resist it. He stood in the hollow a long time and reached out with the fingers of his right hand. Chi. World power burst out and turned into a law engraving. The engravings kept bursting out, starting from space and gold. Luo Feng started to perform without control over his own body. Starting from the basis, he manifested all his understanding of the laws more and more. Engravings came out as time passed by, and the threads were all twining around each other, painting a beautiful world of the law. Luo Feng only stopped much later. The mystical force left Luo Feng. Luo Feng finally had his mind back. What? Luo Feng was so terrified that his entire body was sweating. He remembered distinctly how he was manipulated by the force to manifest the laws of merging. It's incredible, he stammered. My will is so strong, and there is a tower pearl in my soul. To protect it, even masters of the universe would find it hard to control my mind. However, that mysterious force, it. Luo Feng finally realized how mighty the ancestral god school was. That's right, it's the land of inheritance. Even those universe knights who are as powerful as the master of the Heaven Erosion Palace or Shi Luo Feng will come here. If they don't acquire the complete inheritance, that force will just manipulate everyone else, like what it just did to me. The mysterious force is non-aggressive, but it didn't even give me a chance to resist. What did that come from? As Luo Feng was still pondering its whereabouts, the force arrived again. The third level, Luo Feng heard a pressing voice say. It did not say anything else, but it made Luo Feng realize what the third level meant. The voice was echoing inside Luo Feng's mind, and Luo Feng fell into a hallucination. He was trapped in a bizarre dreamland. Inside the dreamland, Luo Feng was shown the most mystical and intricate secrets of the path of beast gods, and all the merging space laws and gold were instructed in the most detailed way possible. It was like someone pouring all the knowledge inside Luo Feng's brain. It was far more effective than reading 52 chaos tablets or looking at the sculpture of beast gods. After a long time, the force wore off. The black mist kicked Luo Feng out of the dreamland. It's beyond my wildest imaginations. Luo Feng blinked and was inspired. I wish I can have more of this. I've trained myself in ice hell for more than Nanshan 7 forms. However, I can now comprehend a lot more after spending. If I can be indoctrinated one more time, I must have been taught the whole. Luo Feng was anxious. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. It was like dreaming, but he could only remember a small portion of it after becoming a powerful one. He had never experienced blurry memories, but now, he felt the same way, and all he could remember were fractions of secrets of the third. Don't just stand there, the knight on the aerolite said. Luo Feng and Tru Yan Emperor both looked happily surprised. The land of inheritance was born with the universe, and it was fraught with wonders. The knight said it was the most important place of the ancestral God school. Every time, it will test how much you have understood the laws. There are 7 levels of beast god inheritance, and if you've completely comprehended the first 2 levels, you'll be bequeathed the 3rd level inheritance, so on and so forth. Jiao Feng Knight looked to Luo Feng and Tru Yan Emperor, how about you too, which level have you reached? The third level, Luo Feng said, I've learned a lot. The fourth level, True Yan Emperor said with thrill, I feel that. I'm having my breakthrough. Breakthrough? Jiao Feng Knight looked at True Yan Emperor in surprise. Teacher, you're. Luo Feng was exhilarated. His teacher had been stuck at the last step 4 eras, and although Beast God Inheritance was a huge opportunity for him, he wasn't guaranteed to succeed. However, he was going to have his breakthrough right after Inheritance. True Yan Emperor was thrilled. He had been waiting for too long. He was still accompanied by his families when he first became a powerful one, but with time going by, his families all became old, and his hometown also prospered because of him. After eras, he didn't need to worry about his hometown anymore. The only thing he was pursuing was the path of power. Nevertheless, he couldn't move forward while some of the other talents of the barbarian race had become universe knights. He could only stay in Chaos City and find a sense of accomplishment by teaching the juniors. Beast God Inheritance was his biggest opportunity. However, success wasn't guaranteed. Haha, I just feel this way as I have lots of inspirations, True Yan Emperor laughed. I'm not sure when I can actually step forward. Even feeling it is good enough, said Jiao Feng Knight with a smile. What will really worry me is that you don't feel anything now that you've got inspirations. Go back and contemplate them, study the path of Beast God, and you'll recall the instructions you had during the Inheritance. Luo Feng was startled. Could he actually remember them? This is a small trick, Jiao Feng Knight said. During the Inheritance, you, Blade River Emperor, received the third level of it by watching every secret behind that. However, the amount you can remember depends on your original progress, and that's why you can't remember everything. If you go back and ruminate on it, you can remember more. The key is to seize the moment and study the path of Beast God. Thank you, Jiao Feng Knight, Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor said with gratitude. Also, is the Inheritance great? Jiao Feng Knight looked at Luo Feng. I can tell by your facial expressions. Don't be smug. You might think this one time Inheritance is far more effective than the training you've done before, but it's only an illusion. An illusion? Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor were dazed. Maybe you found it difficult to understand during your previous training, said Jiao Feng Knight. However, you only ran into those problems because you actually put effort into it, and that's why you were suddenly enlightened during the Inheritance. If you think Inheritance itself is enough for you, you're way off. Without the reflection of the failures you had before, you wouldn't gain anything even if you received the Inheritance. Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor suddenly understood. It was just like the Chaos tablet, which would only be helpful after they practiced long enough. As for Beast God Inheritance, it was tens of millions of times more helpful. When can we come here for Inheritance again? Luo Feng asked. There are 7 levels of Beast God Inheritance, and you can have a free instruction for each level, Jiao Feng Knight said. When you complete the second level, you can take the Inheritance for the third level. When you're done with the third level, you can come here for the fourth level, and so on and so forth. You can get only one for each level. That means you can't get a free third level Inheritance. Free? Does that mean I need to pay a price? Luo Feng asked. It was totally worth it to trade a treasure for one Inheritance. What's the price? A treasure, True Yan Emperor followed up. Do you really think the Ancestral God School would care about your treasures? Jiao Feng Knight shook his head. The only way is to go to the World of Glory. World of Glory. Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor remembered it. You'll know one when you enter it, Jiao Feng Knight said, but you need to be extra careful. Jiao Feng Knight looked at Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor and said, I'll tell you 2 rules. 1. There shall be no killings in the 5-color Aurora Lake, or you'll be attacked. 2. Each heir has a palace on the Bauhinia Island, and the palace belongs to you, and you only. Nobody can trespass in it, and you can't trespass in others' palaces. Remember the 2 rules. Now go. The portal is right behind you. Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor took a bow, turned around, and saw a transparent wave. They flew inside. Shwa. They were teleported. Jiao Feng Knight sat on the aerolite and said, Blade River Emperor, is he the Sector Lord? Blade River Emperor, incredible for him to reach the 3rd level as only a Sector Lord on Bauhinia Island. Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor walked out of the water curtains and flew back to their palaces. Student, I have so many inspirations now that I think I can actually have my breakthrough if I can actually accomplish it. True Yan Emperor looked at Luo Feng. You deserve the credit for that. The token means nothing without your hundreds of millions of years of training, Luo Feng answered. That sounds about right, True Yan Emperor said. I gained a lot by taking you on as my student. I still need to contemplate and try to leap forward. I guess I can either spend a year or 10,000 years before I become a universe knight, but if I can't even make it after 10,000 years, I might lose my chance. You can succeed, teacher, Luo Feng encouraged him. I hope everything you say will become true, True Yan Emperor said. I might not show up for a long time, and don't come to me unless there is something urgent. I understand, Luo Feng said, nodding. He wouldn't interrupt his teacher at such a crucial time. I hope I am a universe knight next time I see you, True Yan Emperor said. I hope so, too. There was a trace of light in Luo Feng's eyes. True Yan Emperor flew to the garden afar and closed the door. Luo Feng sat beside the river and couldn't help smiling. Finally, my teacher can have his moment. I'll need to work hard. Also, the training I have in normal times is the root. Luo Feng went back to his palace, sat on the path beside the pool with his legs crossed, and started to practice. Half a year passed, and Luo Feng finally opened his eyes. Jiao Feng Knight was right, he said. I did advance a lot in the past half a year, although it wasn't as effective as I was during the inheritance. It's much better than in ice hell. I can now understand that in a normal speed I don't need to rush. Luo Feng stood up and walked outside. He walked to the side of the river and looked around. The door of his teacher's palace was still closed, and he could see other figures afar. Where can I go? The world of glory, the land of inheritance, the land of treasures, and the land of the secret region, Luo Feng murmured. I can't go to the land of the secret region now, or I'll die, and there's no point going to the land of inheritance. I'll go to the land of treasures. Luo Feng was expecting something great. The land of treasures, according to the guarding beast god, was filled with treasures left by a plethora of beast gods, guarding beast gods, and their equals. The guarding beast god said there was a human obtaining a treasure, said Luo Feng, recalling how Seven-Blade Emperor used the golden pool. Could that be him? Whatever, I'll go take a look first. Luo Feng flew to the square in front of the palace of the island owner. As he landed, he saw a figure there. The figure was 10 feet tall and wore armor resembling green bark. He had silver skin, a bald head, and diamond eyes. Automaton race, Luo Feng said as he landed. Human, the powerful one of the automaton race said. It stared at and inspected Luo Feng, then it smiled and said, I have the information of 91,293 human emperors, and that of all the famous undying of humans is here. Normally, only the well-known emperors can get tokens and get in, but strangely, I can't find your information based on the fight between Blade River Emperor and Haiti Emperor. A phantom of Beast God will appear if the Blade River Emperor makes his move. Apparently, Blade River Emperor is following the path of beast gods, and in the past 10,000 eras, there were few humans following the path of beast gods. The Blade River Emperor is extraordinarily talented, and the human race would definitely give him the token. Correct me if I'm wrong, your Blade River Emperor. The powerful one of automaton race looked at Luo Feng and added, how incredible true treasures are, that I can't even tell you're a sector lord. Luo Feng looked at the powerful individual of the automaton race in front of him, frowning. He didn't expect the barbarian race to be so accurate, but, on second thought, he wasn't that surprised. The bug race, the demon race, and the automaton race were often in contact with humans, and they had detailed information on humans. Besides, only the most talented ones could get the tokens and come to the land of inheritance. I know your Blade River Emperor, even if you're not talking. The powerful one of the automaton race said as he stared at Luo Feng. He wanted to kill the human in front of him to get the tempting reward. All you can do is to guess my identity, Luo Feng grinned. I, however, have already figured out that you're Juju Emperor. As for my identity, you can keep guessing. Luo Feng took a step into the spring and vanished. Juju Emperor was a bit dazed. He looked at the empty square and whispered. Interesting that he didn't admit it. It seems this overly talented Blade River Emperor doesn't have a good temper after all. He is so gifted. Everyone who was qualified to enter the land of inheritance was gifted. Fame was what made Blade River Emperor special. Everyone in the universe knew that there was a Blade River Emperor in the human race who was able to defeat peak emperors as only a sector lord that eclipsed lots of other talents in the universe, even those invincible emperors. It wasn't surprising that they were jealous. Land of treasures, said Juju Emperor. That place is always filled with heirs, and they won't stay there for long. There's going to be someone who can figure out his true identity. Juju Emperor smiled and stepped into the water curtain. Although Luo Feng didn't admit to his true identity, Juju Emperor had evolved from intelligent life forms, which granted him extraordinary speculating capabilities that were a source of pride for him. The teleportation was finished. Luo Feng appeared on the peak of a mountain, and he could see tens of thousands of hills of all sorts. He couldn't even see the end of them. There were lakes of different sizes among the mountains, the largest ones being over 1,000,000 square kilometers. The lakes were like emerald jades. Some were light, while others were dark. Luo Feng looked up. There were moving auroras up on the sky. Apparently, the land of treasures was within the 5-color aurora lake. That's right, Luo Feng thought. The land of treasures was flooded with valuables. The ancestral god school needs to place it in a secure place, or it will be robbed by some supreme beings outside. So Luo Feng flew up and traveled across the mountains. Through the air, he could see creatures of all races, including many special creatures. Some of the gigantic creatures of the demon race and plant race shrunk their bodies Interesting, Luo Feng thought, it's like an exhibition of all the creatures. Although I saw lots of races in the outer domain battlefield, it was nothing compared to this one. This was the first time Luo Feng had seen so many races and clans he had never encountered before, which made him excited. After a while, he got used to it. Luo Feng dove and landed on a mountain. He found a rock, sat on it, and wondered, where are the treasures? Brother human, he heard a voice call out. Luo Feng turned around and saw someone flying toward him. He was transparent, with a handsome face and covered in green armor. Luo Feng smiled and said, Brother Dark Mist Clan. The Dark Mist Clan belonged to Hong Alliance. I'm Thousand Rain, the handsome one from the Dark Mist Clan said with a smile. I'm Hua, Luo Feng said. I've never seen you before, did you just arrive? Thousand Rain asked. Indeed, this is my first time in the Land of Treasures. Luo Feng looked around and sighed. I heard there are quite a few treasures left by the seniors of Ancestral God School, but all I can see is the beautiful view instead of the treasures. You didn't find any treasures? Thousand Rain burst into laughter. What's the deal? Luo Feng looked at him. Why is that funny? There are treasures everywhere. Thousand Rain pointed around. Treasures are hidden in every mountain and every lake. Everywhere. Luo Feng was dazed. There were tens of thousands of mountains and lakes. How many treasures were there? There are a plethora of treasures. See, those are the tallest 108 mountains. Thousand Rain pointed to the towering mountains afar, which were significantly taller than others. Every heir knows that the most precious 108 valuables of the Ancestral God School are hidden there, and 42 of them have been taken away by some of the luckiest guys in the universe, the latest being 2 million years ago. The universe knight of the demon race who got lucky obtained an invaluable treasure. An invaluable treasure. Luo Feng was thrilled. Of course, Thousand Rain continued, this is the land of treasures of the Ancestral God School. Each of the top 108 valuables is at least an invaluable treasure. There are many other rare valuables, too, some of them being really helpful for those following the path of beast gods. They're just almost impossible to get. Luo Feng looked to the mountains. Nobody tried to cut into the mountains, Luo Feng said jokingly. Who has the guts to do that? Thousand River said. For one thing, all the mountains are protected by the force of the 5-color Aurora Lake, and emperors like us can't damage them at all. Also, for universe knights who are able to do that, they dare not. Vandalizing the land of treasures is a blasphemy to all the seniors of the Ancestral God School, for which anyone would be killed instantly by the 5-color Aurora Lake. Luo Feng nodded. Don't even think about the valuables there. Thousand Rain smiled and said. The more precious the valuables are, the more difficult it is to get them. If we know the requirements, we might be able to strive for it. However, we don't even know what conditions those supreme ones have for opening the treasures. That's why only luck can help. If you can find one that suits you, the weakest one here is more precious than an ordinary treasure. Luo Feng nodded, thinking about the creatures who had placed the valuables. There were a great many emperors in the land of treasures, but there were also lots of universe knights. After all, many heirs were universe knights, and many of the sub-members of the Ancestral God School were universe knights. The ratio between emperors and universe knights was 1,000 to 1, and the emperors avoided the knights. Hong. A towering figure dove into a mountain. Humans, the creature said as it glimpsed Luo Feng and Thousand Rain. Humans are the most annoying. The figure detested them. He dove toward Luo Feng and Thousand Rain, who attempted to dodge him. However, the figure sped up and hit Luo Feng directly. Hong. A terrific, godly power assaulted Luo Feng and Thousand Rain, and they bounced away. Pooh. Blood trailed from their mouths. Bastard! Thousand Rain gnashed the teeth in anger. Luo Feng's face darkened. Thousand Rain grabbed him and spoke to him mentally, saying, "Don't go, he is a universe knight." Luo Feng was furious. He had never come across anyone so aggressive and reckless. "We're inside the five-color Aurora Lake. What can he do? Kill us?" "He didn't kill us," Thousand Rain replied. "These universe knights have lived here for eras, and they know the rules. See, the mountain remains intact, and our bodies are not broken. He was just trying to humiliate you. What can you do about it?" But Luo Feng was charging the knight before Thousand Rain could finish. On top of the mountain, the creature glanced at the two of them and sneered. However, he was surprised to see the human coming toward him. "What is he doing?" He's only an emperor. The creature was irritated and planned to swat Luo Feng away. Suddenly, he noticed something that dazed him. Luo Feng was holding a flame god crystal. The crystal posed him no threat, but the explosion from it could kill the human. If the human died, he would die along with him. Knight Luo Feng landed on the mountain holding the flame god crystal and looked at the universe knight of the barbarian race. "Can bullying emperors really give you a sense of accomplishment?" Bei Shan Knight had been living on Bauhinia Island for a long time, and he went to the land of treasures often, and the weak emperors were already accustomed to him being dominant. This was a usual situation for the island, as the knights and emperors were in no way equals. Knights with good tempers would fly to a place slowly, and the emperors there would go away. However, if they ran into aggressive ones like this Bei Shan Knight, they could only put up with them. It was quite common already. Bei Shan Knight looked at the human in front of him and sneered, "Bullying you? I innately dislike humans, and that's why I bully you. What can you do about it? You dare disrespect me as a mere emperor?" "Yes, I just did it, and I'll continue to do so. What do you want to do about it?" Luo Feng looked up at the barbarian knight, holding the flame god crystal. It was silent all around. Thousand Rain, with blood on his lips, as well as other powerful ones of the barbarian races, all turned to watch. "I haven't seen this one," said one of them. "He's new. Look, another stupid one." Not surprising at all. They think they're under the protection of the law of the ancestral god school, and that the knights can't hurt them. Besides, lots of the newcomers are the special ones of different races, and they can't put up with it. The Bei Shan Knight is hostile against humans, and is reckless. It's normal that the newcomers defy him, but he'll know how to behave himself. After this, let us see what sort of fight the new one will put up. The human's smart to hold the flame god crystal in his hands. That way, he can intimidate Bei Shan. If the crystal kills the human, Bei Shan will die along with him. The powerful ones around them were all watching from afar. Most of them were emperors, and a few of them were universe knights. At the peak of the mountain, Luo Feng wiped his lips and looked at the universe knight of the barbarian race. "Impressive," Bei Shan Knight said, and looked at Luo Feng from the top. He was irritated, but, at the same time, interested. He hadn't come across a human emperor who dared to confront him directly in a long time. "Human, do you know that I'm a universe knight?" "I do," Luo Feng said, staring at him. "But so what? Don't you think you should revere me? Bei Shan Knight said. Why should the weak respect the strong? Luo Feng answered, because the weak are afraid that the strong will kill them, and they admire the power of the strong. Apparently, I don't admire you whatsoever. I don't need to be afraid of you within the five-color Aurora Lake, so, you tell me, why should I venerate you? Bei Shan Knight burst into laughter, which echoed among the mountains. More powerful ones turned to watch. Indeed, you don't need to be afraid of me here. Bei Shan Knight curled his lips and added, but, human, you should also know that you're not going to stay here forever. I have seen you, and now I know your scent. You know what could happen if I find you outside. Don't you think what you're doing is stupid? Luo Feng gazed at Bei Shan Knight. Forget about it, Thousand Rains said, communicating with Luo Feng telepathically. Don't mess with the Universe Knight. The Universe Knights have been used to being revered all the time, and we're not equal to them. Bei Shan Knight indeed stepped out of line this time, but all we can do is bear with it. It's not good for us to have feuds with Universe Knights. Thank you, Thousand Rain, replied Luo Feng. Luo Feng wasn't terrified at all as he looked at Bei Shan Knight. The mighty Master of Sky Wolf had already spread the news of Blade River Emperor, and there were countless creatures in the universe who were trying to assassinate him. The rewards from the peak races were already tempting for a great number of Universe Knights, possibly some masters of the universe. That was why Luo Feng had chosen to hide here. Several top races are trying to kill me, said Luo Feng. Why do I need to tolerate you? Besides, you're only an ordinary knight, and when I become an undying, my golden-horned beast body is thousands of times stronger than humans, and it can wear force armor. Luo Feng didn't he want to suffer from this, since the news of Blade River Emperor was known to the entire universe, and since Juju Emperor had already recognized him, his identity would be a secret in the land of inheritance for long. So, why should he put up with this, compared to the glaring from the peak races? This Bei Shan Knight was nothing. Luo Feng nodded. You're right, I'll make an enemy of a Universe Knight if I wrong you, and it might be stupid. However, I've already wronged you. Tell me what I should do. Bei Shan Knight was dazed, as he'd never come across anyone like this before. Interesting. Bei Shan, you've finally encountered a handful, came a rumbling voice from a knight of a barbarian race from a mountain afar. The human newcomer doesn't he even give a damn about you, said another. A third voice added, kill him and build your reputation. 3 Universe Knights were laughing, and their voices were echoing in the sky. As for the emperors watching, they whispered to each other. Thousand Rain was holding his head, hiding far away. Oh my God, the human-s gone mad. Occasionally, there would be some stubborn newcomers, however, they would usually admit defeat right away. This time, on the contrary, the newcomer was overly reckless. None of the emperors were able to identify Luo Feng, but they all thought the human was foolhardy. Bei Shan Knight heard the laughter from the other knights, and his face darkened. They, as Universe Knights, would care more about how they looked. There were many Universe Knights within the ancestral god schools, and they were divided up according to different alliances. For example, the human Universe Knights were one group, and the Universe Knights of the Nine-City Alliance would form another group. Presently, the Universe Knights from another group were laughing at him. Hang! Bei Shan Knight gave Luo Feng a cold look and surrounded Luo Feng with an aggressive force. Luo Feng treated the force like a breeze. Brave enough, Beishan Knight said, I've always hated humans, and I hate you even more after what has happened here. Now, you'll kneel down and destroy half of your godly body, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Luo Feng glanced at Beishan Knight. You want me to destroy half of my godly body and kneel down to apologize? You're so merciful. What if I disobey you? Will you kill me outside if you have the chance? I'm so afraid. Luo Feng looked at him wryly. I'm so afraid I'll remember this if I'm afraid, and I'll have my revenge. You're of the Feng Shui clan, right? Beishan Knight became more and more hostile, and Thousand Rain was already scared to half death. Just apologize, urged Thousand Rain. Just. Beishan Knight said in a low voice, Human, I admire your bravery. Remember, I'm Beishan Knight. Hide in 5-color Aurora Lake as long as you can. Hang. Luo Feng sneered. He had a reason to be so contemptuous. If Beishan Knight knew that he was Blade River Emperor, he wouldn't dare lay a finger of him. The Feng Shui clan could handle the anger from the human race, who highly valued super talents. If he did it, the whole clan would suffer because of him, and thus, only the powers that were Han Alliance's equal would dare to hurt Luo Feng. At the peak of the mountain, neither Beishan Knight nor Luo Feng lowered their heads. It was impossible for them to do so. Hang. Beishan Knight hummed and prepared to fly away. Beishan, came a voice. A snow-white figure appeared beside the mountain, and the figure was 10 feet tall. His entire body was coagulated like an ice cube, and there were lots of other ice shatters inside. He looked like a human and was wearing ice armor. He seemed to be more forceful than Beishan Knight. Zhuchong Emperor. Beishan Knight's face darkened. Beishan, the ice-armored man said with a smirk, I know that you don't get along with humans, but he just arrived. Do you really need to be so cruel to him? I'm just here to tell you to go easy on the emperors. Luo Feng was blown away. He couldn't help staring at the ice-armored man. An emperor. The ice-armored man in front of him was an emperor. Thousand Rain. Who is he? Luo Feng asked Thousand Rain. Thousand Rain wasn't prepared for Luo Feng's question, but then he answered. That Zhuchong Emperor, one of the 3 emperors on Bauhinia Island. Rumor has it that he is a unique creature in the universe, and his original body is more than 40,000 miles tall. His constitution is 5,000 times more powerful than ours as only an emperor, and is more powerful than lots of ordinary universe knights. Besides, his techniques are extraordinary. He got 2 invaluable treasures from the ancestral god school, who specially trains him. Ordinary universe knights are not his match. Luo Feng blinked and looked at Zhuchong Emperor in front of him. A unique life form, thought Luo Feng. More than 40,000 miles tall. 5,000 times unique. Luo Feng found it hard to believe that a unique life form would just appear in front of him. He had known only 2 unique lives before, one of them being the fallen beast god, who was born to be a universe master, and the other was Teacher Mountain Sitting Guest, who was one of the mightiest in the entire universe. Luo Feng perceived a unique life to be incredibly powerful. A unique life form at an undying level, one of the top 3 heirs on the island. Luo Feng rejoiced in his heart. That sounds about right, as all the talents of the universe are on Bauhinia Island. My teacher, True Yan Emperor, can barely get in top 3. How strong can those be? Luo Feng wasn't arrogant anymore. He wasn't qualified to be arrogant when compared to the Zhuchong Emperor. A unique life form, thought Luo Feng. That's right, special life forms. The Guarding Beast God told me that the secret region of the ancestral God school has the most special creatures out of the entire universe. Perhaps I can find a chance to confirm my third body, which is crucial to my future. I don't need to find the strongest one, but I need to find the one that suits me best. Thousand Rain couldn't help but praise the Emperor while Luo Feng was thinking about his third body. We're emperors, just like Zhu Chong Emperor, but look at the gap between us and him. Our constitutions are already 5,000 times weaker than his, and that's a larger gap than between the Universe Knights and us. Rumor has it that Blade River Emperor can kill an Emperor. Undying is only a Sector Lord, and this Zhu Chong Emperor can kill an ordinary Universe Knight as only an Emperor. No wonder the Ancestral God School treats him as a special life form. Stay out of this, Zhu Chong Emperor, Beishan Knight said in a low voice. Oh, Zhu Chong Emperor enlarged his body to the size of Beishan Knight. He gazed at Beishan and said, first of all, I'm an undying Emperor, and this newcomer is a human. You know that humans are my brothers. Tell me why I should stay out of this. But just when Beishan Knight tried to say something, Zhu Chong Emperor continued, knights are indeed at a higher status than emperors, and that SY emperors will avoid the knights if they see the knights from afar. However, you're so belligerent, Beishan, can you really blame him for fighting back? You're within 5-color Aurora Lake, and killings are forbidden here. You were trying to force the human to burn his godly body. Hang. Beishan Emperor flew away like a beam of light. Zhu Chong Emperor turned back to a 10-foot figure after seeing this. Human, Zhu Chong Emperor said and looked at Luo Feng. Thank you, Zhu Chong Emperor, Luo Feng said and smiled. I didn't help you much, Zhu Chong Emperor said. I could stopped it if I found out sooner, but now, Beishan Knight might hold a grudge against you. Be careful. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. Zhu Chong Emperor was a little surprised. He didn't care about being hated. He had no idea how many enemies Luo Feng had. You can come find me in the world of glory, Zhu Chong Emperor told Luo Feng. After which he flew away. Thousand Rain didn't fly to Luo Feng until Zhu Chong Emperor left. Thousand Rain landed on the mountain and sighed, please don't blame me, as I really don't want to mess with that Universe Knight. He said he was way out of line this time. I was going to avoid him when he hit me away. It's like he's trying to show off. I'm not blaming you, Luo Feng smiled. In the distance, creatures were gossiping. The confrontation between Zhu Chong Emperor and Beishan Knight attracted tens of thousands of powerful ones, which was remarkable, considering the size of the land of treasures. Luo Feng heard what was being said and smiled. Nobody thinks much of me, he said. Can you blame them for thinking that you're foolhardy, said Thousand Rain. How many emperors have the guts to confront Universe Knights? For the ordinary races, even the top ones like space beasts, only have 10 times more powerful genes than ordinary ones, and even though we are the peerless talents of our own clans, we are still emperors. We won't dare to fight with Universe Knights. Only the most exceptional of the special creatures have the ability and bravery to do that. There are only several emperor-level special creatures among the heirs. We need to be careful, Thousand Rain said. We'll be in trouble if a Universe Knight holds resentment against us. Okay, Luo Feng was listening to a discussion afar. I'll go check out other places. Haha, I know you can't stand all the gossiping, Thousand Rain said. I'm coming with you. So. Luo Feng and Thousand Rain flew away like two flashes of light. Tens of thousands of powerful ones were talking about what happened in small groups. How mighty Zhu Chong Emperor is Bei Shan Knight, didn't he dare say another word. Bei Shan Knight was only at 4th level inheritance, and his constitution is nothing compared to that of Zhu Chong Emperor, whose godly body was 5,000 times stronger than ordinary emperors. Besides, Zhu Chong Emperor has 2 invaluable treasures. What do you think Bei Shan Knight could do about it? He is wise not to mess with Zhu Chong Emperor, who has killed Universe Knights and defeated 3 Universe Knights before. How incredible. Well, he is 5,000 times more forceful than ordinary emperors. There is no comparison. Bei Shan Knight was humiliated this time. How unfortunate for him to run into a stupid newcomer and be suppressed by Zhu Chong Emperor at the same time. Some of the Universe Knights were gloating. Unlucky Bei Shan. Although Bei Shan is aggressive, it's no big deal. Who expects the human to refuse to back down? The human newcomer is a bit stupid. See, he now has made an enemy of a Universe Knight. You should just back down when you're weak. After Luo Feng and Thousand Rain flew hundreds of thousands of miles, they were stopped by 3 emperors. Luo Feng looked at the 3 emperors in front of him. One that looked like a beetle stared at Luo Feng with its compound eyes. Human, are you Blade River Emperor? It said in a hoarse voice. Luo Feng was dazed. Blade River Emperor, Thousand River said, turning to gape at Luo Feng in surprise. Stop covering it up, human, said the Beetle Emperor, confident and excited. Based on my information, there is not a single emperor of the human race that matches you except the mysterious Blade River Emperor. Blade River Emperor. I've heard a lot about you. How thrilling it is to finally see you. Bei Shan Knight is stupid enough to mess with you. The automaton race and demon race have already released the reward for hunting you down, and there are a plethora of powerful ones trying to kill you. However, they're all really careful, as they all know the resources the human race have put in place to protect you. Luo Feng frowned. So Luo Feng flew away, followed by Thousand Rain. Blade River Emperor, Blade River Emperor, the beetle screamed, and its voice spread everywhere. Blade River Emperor, others replied. What Blade River Emperor? It is, of course, the most unimaginable talent of the human race. Blade River Emperor, where is he? It's the human, said the beetle, the one who confronted Bei Shan Knight on the mountain. I was pondering his identity just now. There is detailed information of the 9-domain alliance, and the humans who came here with the tokens are the most incredible talents. It should be been fairly easy to find his information, but I can't now. I understand why it's Blade River Emperor. They said Blade River Emperor used the method of Beast God to fight Haiti Emperor. It must be him. The human newcomer is Blade River Emperor. The powerful ones who were just randomly gossiping suddenly got serious. Juju Emperor talked to his friends, who couldn't help marveling. He is Blade River Emperor, unless another super talent comes out, and it's almost impossible that there are 2 super talents. The probability of him being Blade River Emperor is over 99.1%. It actually is the Blade River Emperor, and he came here as only a sector lord. Impressive. He didn't even bow down in front of a Universe Knight. How arrogant is that? Do you think it's possible for such a peerless talent not to be arrogant? He was able to kill an emperor as a sector lord, and he is only human. We all know Humans aren't special creatures, the supreme beings of the human race must treat him as one of a kind. The demon race, the automaton race, and the worm race all want to kill him. No wonder he didn't give a damn about Beishan Knight. Who is he compared to the demon race, the automaton race, and the worm race? Unbelievable. He*s Blade River Emperor. The news that Blade River Emperor had come to the land of treasures and confronted Beishan Knight spread like wildfire. All the powerful ones of the barbarian race knew about Blade River Emperor. And there were even a few of them who didn't care about the outside but heard the news from their friends. They were all amazed. He can kill an emperor as a sector lord, then can he kill a universe knight? When he becomes an emperor, and he's not a special life form, but rather a human. He was no special creature, but he was as powerful as one. This was how Blade River Emperor garnered such fame, and why the worm race, the demon race, and the automaton race wanted to kill Luo Feng.